Chapter 199. Ha 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 ha. All right. Since Senior has said so, then this Junior will not be courteous. Flaming devouring tsunami. Break it. Upon hearing old Luo's bold laughter, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with pride. He also laughed out loud as a thought passed through his mind. He controlled the 100,000 feet ruler glow to attack with even greater ferocity. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion sounded as the 100,000 feet ruler glow formed from the heavenly flame ruthlessly slammed into the empty space in front of old Luo. An invisible Genesis Chi barrier swiftly materialized and blocked the ruler light. At old Luo's current cultivation level, Do Chi had long become a part of his cultivation history. What he could control with a flip of his hand was the pinnacle power of the Yuanwu continent, Genesis Chi. Although Genesis Chi was slightly different from Do Chi, they were both part of the natural power of the world and were no different when used. However, compared to Do Chi, Genesis Chi was gentler and easier to fuse with one's body, allowing one's strength to advance to the next level. At this moment, the Genesis Chi barrier in front of old Luo was equivalent to the full power defense of a one-star Do Di. Although old Luo said this, given his current strength, even if the barrier he had set up was only equivalent to the strength of a Do Di, it was still incomparable to a barrier set up by an ordinary Do Di. Hence, the defensive ability of this barrier was even more terrifying. The instant the 100,000 feet large ruler glow made contact with the barrier, a thunder-like trembling sound suddenly resounded. Wave after wave of spatial ripples swiftly spread in the empty space. A frightening hurricane also suddenly swept out from between the two, blowing all the ginseng ancient trees within a 1,000-mile radius until they swayed unsteadily. In the sky, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze after this attack was broken. A grave feeling immediately rose in his heart. An elite Do Di was really extremely powerful. He was actually able to completely receive an attack from the flame-swallowing tsunami that he had used all of his strength. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be if a true elite Do Di were to attack. However, a bold laugh was quickly revealed on Xiaoyan's face. With a clear cry, the heavy ruler in Xiaoyan's hand rose once again. Do Chi swiftly surged from his body as he laughed out loud. Good. I never expected the full power defense of an expert Do Di to be so terrifying. I shall also attack with all my strength and see if I can break this barrier. Xiaoyan naturally did not have the extravagant hope that he would be able to break this barrier with his full strength. After all, this barrier was equivalent to the full strength of an elite Do Di. If it was shattered by a mere bandy like him, would this elite Do Di not be a little too weak? Ha! A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he let out an explosive cry. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, suddenly exerted some strength. Immediately, he swung his arm and the enormous ruler rose into the air. Do Chi swiftly poured into his palm and a bright red color once again surfaced on the dark black ruler's body. With a twist of his wrist, Xiaoyan placed the heavy Xian ruler diagonally in front of his chest. He suddenly waved his left hand and a brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from his palm. Immediately, his large hand rubbed and his palm violently slid across the surface of the ruler's body. At the same time, the brilliant, heavenly flame instantly spread out. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned ruthless the moment his palm slid across. His body tilted slightly and his hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, was suddenly pulled out. It was like a knife drawing slash as he violently swung the enormous ruler in his hand from bottom to top. Soon after, another 100,000 feet large ruler glow once again smashed toward the barrier like a shocking wave. Flaming swallowing tsunami. As the attack landed, Xiaoyan did not wait for the 100,000 feet large rainbow glow to truly hit the barrier. Instead, his body suddenly turned around and the heavy Xian ruler violently slashed across the air. The dark black ruler's body was swiftly dyed a bright red color. The instant Xiaoyan turned around, the enormous ruler in his hand slashed out once again. Startling ruler glows continuously flew across the empty space. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Numerous ruler glows continuously streaked across the empty space like meteors chasing after the moon. Immediately, they violently smashed into the empty space in front of Elder Luo. The moment the ruler glows touched the barrier, they were scattered with a loud bang. They turned into raging flames that scattered in all directions and gradually disappeared in the empty space. At this moment, Elder Luo, who was behind the barrier, had a smile on his face as he looked at this scene that seemed to be repeating endlessly. In his heart, he was unceasingly praising Xiao Yan. Imperceptibly, the invisible barrier in front of Elder Luo started to tremble slightly. From its initial motionless state to its continuous trembling, it was already unceasingly demonstrating how powerful Xiao Yan's strength was. Furthermore, even after using the flaming swallowing tsunami countless times, the current Xiao Yan still appeared to be filled with abundant dou qi. Merely from this, one could tell that Xiao Yan's foundation was absolutely not something that ordinary half-martial emperors could compare with. Furthermore, what surprised Elder Luo the most was that Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. According to what he knew, Xiao Yan had only just broken through to become a 3-star half-martial emperor a couple of months ago. Such a rapid cultivation speed was something that no one would be able to imagine. To break through from a 2-star half-martial emperor to a peak late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor in half a year's time, such an achievement was enough to make other experts of the same level feel ashamed. Most importantly, the majority of experts who had reached the half-martial emperor level were all old men and women. As for the current Xiao Yan, although he was already middle-aged, in the cultivation world, he could still be considered as a young man. Judging from Xiao Yan's current strength, he was merely one of the youngest generation in the entire cultivation world. At such a young age, his strength was frightening, his talent was outstanding, his temperament was calm and mature, and he possessed all kinds of high-level dou skills. When he thought of Xiao Yan's background, Elder Luo's heart was currently filled with shock. Slowly raising his gaze, Elder Luo's gaze pierced through the space in front of him and looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Ha! I never expected this, I truly never expected this. The already barren dou qi continent is actually able to produce such a genius. Looks like after he grows up, this continent will have a new era. None of the brats of this generation are weak. I also hope that this brat will not fall behind. Buddha's anger. Reincarnation. Suddenly, another earth-shaking stern cry spread. Xiao Yan withdrew both of his hands in front of his chest. The heavenly flame wheel in his hands rotated at an extremely fast speed. A palm-sized dark black light cluster in the middle of the wheel also rotated at an extremely fast speed. After Xiao Yan let out a stern cry, both of his hands were pushed forward. In the next moment, 1,000 feet wide dark black light pillar instantly tore through the empty space and violently shot toward Elder Luo. The expected wild and ferocious explosion did not appear when the two collided. Instead, there was a deathly silence. The pitch-black light pillar seemed to have merged with the barrier. They were glued together like glue. As the two of them stuck together, the strength of the barrier swiftly weakened. Elder Luo's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene. From what he could sense, the barrier's power was rapidly weakening. Or rather, under the effect of the dark black light pillar, the Genesis Qi on the barrier was rapidly disintegrating. What a strange dou skill. It can actually disintegrate Genesis Qi. Before the words in his heart could fade, a tiny crack stealthily appeared on the barrier. In the next instant, Elder Luo's expression abruptly turned grave. Chapter 200. At this moment, 3 human figures were seated within a large hole. These three people were surprisingly Xiao Yan, Old Luo, and the current tribe leader of the Ginseng spiritual tribe, Qing Mu. Cuckoo, Old Man Luo, it is unexpected that you would actually personally attack a little bandy brat. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined if news of this spreads? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Qing Mu was seated beside Luo Ao. He was looking at Old Luo with a mocking face. His mouth also opened and laughed without giving any face. Xiao Yan was seated opposite these two old men. His hand was playing with a teacup made of ginseng spiritual wood. His face also revealed a smile because of Qing Mu's words. Old Luo glared at Qing Mu with a furious face when he heard his words. He did not bother about Qing Mu. Instead, he picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. After which, he faintly opened his mouth and said, "Humph, so what if the old me attacked? Did the old me hurt even a strand of his hair?" This venerable self merely saw that his dose skill was quite imposing and wanted to probe a little. "Since when did it become your turn to speak?" Once he said these words, he violently threw the teacup onto the table between the two of them. His hand also slammed down violently. After which, he let out a cold snort before withdrawing his hand into his sleeve. However, the skin at the corner of Old Luo's eyes involuntarily trembled when he withdrew his hand into his sleeve. His mouth also exhaled softly without batting an eyelid. The hand under his sleeve also trembled involuntarily. Clearly, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. The angry Buddha reincarnation that Xiao Yan had used earlier already contained all the strength within his body. Under the high-spirited state that Xiao Yan was in, the angry Buddha reincarnation that he had unleashed was even stronger than usual. However, this was not sufficient to cause the expression of an extremely strong person like Luo Ao to change. Normally speaking, even if this attack of Xiao Yan's was sufficiently powerful, it was far from being able to break the all-out defense of an elite Do Di. What truly shattered the barrier and moved Luo Ao was the terrifying energy beam within the Buddha's wrath. Luo Ao would never have imagined that the light pillar would be so bizarre. While constantly depleting the Genesis Chi on the barrier, it would also absorb a small portion of its power for its own use. The most terrifying thing was that the light pillar was forcibly breaking down the Genesis Chi on the barrier. In the end, in order not to be discovered by Xiao Yan and to not embarrass himself too much, Elder Luo decisively took action and personally tested the power of the light beam. After a thorough investigation, Elder Luo was even more shocked when he found out that the energy within the light pillar was actually a mass of darkness. Even he was unable to detect it. When Elder Luo recalled the scene in the sky, he couldn't help but feel shocked. When he came back to his senses and saw that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Yan and Qing Mu, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Yan Xiao, your alchemist grand meeting hasn't ended yet, right?" Upon hearing the mention of the alchemist grand meeting, Xiao Yan's expression paused for a moment. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he let out a bitter laugh. "The alchemist grand meeting, huh? That. I have indeed not officially entered the competition due to certain reasons. However, it should have ended by now. I spent quite some time in the ginseng domain." Qing Mu nodded slightly beside Elder Luo. The alchemist grand meeting was a competition designated by the Pill Tower. It was jointly organized by the various branches under the Pill Tower. It was absolutely impossible for it to be forcefully postponed because of a single person. Xiao Yan had spent quite a bit of time in the ginseng domain ever since he entered. Logically speaking, the alchemist grand meeting should have ended by now. It was a little late for Elder Luo to mention it. When Elder Luo heard Xiao Yan's words, he softly chuckled. His gaze turned towards Qing Mu as he took another sip of the fragrant tea and smiled, "Not bad. This tea is not bad. Old man Qing Mu, leave some for me later." Ha ha. Immediately after, Elder Luo slowly turned his head in front of Qing Mu's displeased expression. His gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan as he opened his mouth and smiled. Indeed, the alchemist grand meeting is indeed very strict. It cannot be postponed. This is also the rule of the Pill Tower. After all, as the #1 faction on the continent, their authority must be absolute. Qing Mu, who originally thought that there would be a show to watch, curled his lips and did not say anything after these words left his mouth. He viciously glared at Luo Ao before turning his gaze towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard Elder Luo's words. Indeed, as the #1 faction on the continent, there were not many who dared to violate the rules of the Pill Tower. However, in the next moment, Elder Luo softly chuckled. He gently glanced at Qing Mu beside him as the corners of his mouth revealed an evil smile. After which, he looked towards Xiao Yan and smiled. However, there are always exceptions. However, there are always exceptions to everything. The rules of the Pill Tower cannot be violated. However, no matter what, the strong are respected in this continent. Hence, this old man had a small chat with them. Sure enough, they agreed very happily. Xiao Yan on the opposite side exchanged glances with Qing Mu when old Luo's words sounded. Xiao Yan was still all right. It was fine if he merely laughed softly. Qing Mu, on the other hand, held back for an instant before laughing out loud. Given the temperament of the two of them, how could they not know what method Elder Luo had used? Even though they said that they had a small chat, it was likely that it was only a one-sided conversation. The other party could only obediently listen. However, although Xiao Yan had such thoughts in his heart, he revealed a grateful smile on his face. No matter what, Elder Luo's actions were only to help him. This was enough to make Xiao Yan feel grateful. Under the suspicious gazes of Luo Ao and Qing Mu, Xiao Yan slowly stood up. His figure stood upright as he faced the two elders. After which, he bowed deeply in front of the two elders' eyes that were filled with admiration. This junior thanks the two elders. Elder Luo and Qing Mu smiled at each other and nodded slightly. After which, they both looked towards Xiao Yan. Elder Luo waved his sleeve and an invisible force lifted Xiao Yan's body. After which, he opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, all right. This old man knows that you are a good kid. I will not say anything more. This old man will accept your bow. However, as a token of gratitude, this is not enough. If you really want to repay me, I hope that you can become the champion of this alchemist conference. This way, this old man will feel that there is no reason for me to help you. How about it? No problem, right? When Xiao Yan heard this, he was slightly stunned. After which, a smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly in response to Elder Luo's words. If it was about other things, Xiao Yan might not be confident. However, alchemy was Xiao Yan's specialty. If Xiao Yan did not dare to nod his head in this aspect, then there was no need to talk about other things. Elder Luo smiled again when he saw this and continued to speak with a smile. However, there are still 3 days before the 1-month deadline. You can stay here for these 3 days. After 3 days, this old man will wait here for the moment when you successfully become the champion. Chapter 201. It was night. The night sky was already filled with bright stars. The snow-white moon that was like a silver plate was scattering moonlight, causing the night sky to be as bright as day. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on a green rock on a grassy slope. The natural energy within his heavenly cycle space followed Xiao Yan's every breath and slowly entered Xiao Yan's body. After which, it was refined by the heavenly flame, and turned into a drop of pure Do-Chi water droplet that flowed into the vortex space within Xiao Yan's body. The round of intense attacks during the day had exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within Xiao Yan's body. Although he had been seated here for quite some time, Xiao Yan was still unable to completely recover. A moment later, Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew from his training state. He lifted his eyes and looked at the stars in the sky. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly surfaced into a smile. Immediately, Xiao Yan's hand flipped in the air. A light flashed across the storage ring on his finger and a completely dark ancient storage ring appeared in Xiao Yan's palm. This storage ring belonged to Heimu, who had been refined to death. However, following the death of its owner, this storage ring should belong to Xiao Yan. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into an arc as he looked at the storage ring in his palm. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength between his brows instantly surged out and flew into the storage ring in his hand. Bang! A low and deep bang sounded. Xiao Yan's expression changed in an instant. He had originally planned to leave a spiritual imprint on this storage ring. However, he did not expect that he would be blocked by another force the moment he came into contact with it. After some investigation, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, since Heimu was already dead, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, what was the situation now? After pondering for a while, Xiao Yan finally shook his head helplessly. From the looks of it, he could only use his spiritual strength to forcefully break it open. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately moved his mind. Majestic spiritual energy swept out from between his eyebrows and rapidly gathered in the void in front of Xiao Yan. The frightening spiritual strength was extremely condensed and transformed into a faintly discernible hammer. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the hammer instantly smashed violently towards the storage ring while carrying a frightening spiritual strength. Boom! After an invisible explosion sounded, an invisible force immediately surged out from the pitch-black storage ring. It formed a layer of spiritual protective shield on the surface of the storage ring and protected the storage ring within it. When the huge spiritual hammer smashed onto the surface of the storage ring, circles of invisible ripples swiftly spread out from the invisible shield. Most of the energy contained in the hammer was completely dissipated. The remaining small portion was completely received by the storage ring. When he saw that the storage ring was actually unscathed after his attack, Xiao Yan felt quite surprised in his heart. The storage ring in front of him was really extraordinary. It actually possessed such a unique ability. However, just this alone was not enough to make Xiao Yan give up. Its owner is already dead and a storage ring is actually able to resist with all its might. I really want to see just how long this remnant spirit can last. With a cold laugh, Xiao Yan once again sent out a thought. Immediately, the huge spiritual hammer once again flew. A heavy hammer was accompanied by a hot wind as it smashed down violently. Bang! Xiao Yan's eyes once again hardened when he saw this. However, it quickly turned into a cold snort as he opened his mouth and laughed coldly. Humph! If one hammer is not enough, let's do it again. Ha! With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Surging spiritual strength instantly surged out wildly from between his eyebrows. It completely merged into the huge spiritual hammer in front of him. After which, following Xiao Yan's order in his heart, the even more ferocious and terrifying spiritual hammer was accompanied by an even more frightening aura as it violently smashed down towards the pitch-black storage ring. Bang! 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 A long while later, Xiao Yan's brows were involuntarily knit together when he saw that the layer of spiritual barrier on the surface of the storage ring had faded but was still firm. It was unexpected that a mere storage ring would actually cause him to put in so much effort. This really caused him to be a little furious. Humph! Damn it, what exactly is this broken thing? Why is it so tough? This young master just doesn't believe that a single spatial ring can cause any big waves when he's already dead. Ha! Break for this old man. Xiao Yan let out a stern cry. He was indeed infuriated by the storage ring in front of him. He extended his hand and grabbed the enormous hammer that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength in the empty space in front of him. After which, he rolled his sleeves, raised his arm and violently smashed it down. Bang! Crack! First, there was an intense cracking sound. However, before Xiao Yan could furiously smash his hammer a second time, the spiritual protective shield on the storage ring suddenly burst apart amidst a clear cracking sound. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily when he saw this. He twisted his head unhappily in his heart, curled his lips and scolded. Damn it, you really deserve a beating. If this young master knew that this young master would have smashed you apart with a hammer, there would not have been so much trouble. Humph. The things inside had better not disappoint this young master. Otherwise, I will definitely burn you into a piece of scrap metal. Xiao Yan pointed at the storage ring in his hand and scolded viciously. Only then did he scatter the huge spiritual hammer in his hand, leaving behind a wisp of spiritual strength that left his own spiritual imprint in the storage ring. After which, a thought passed through his mind and he entered it. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed swiftly the moment he entered it. Although he had said it earlier, the things within this storage ring were all extraordinary. Every single thing was sufficient to cause a shocking storm when it was brought to the outside world. However, after looking through it once, although his heart was somewhat shocked, there were still very few things that could be used by Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether it was qi methods, do techniques, medicinal pills or various natural treasures, everything was present. However, most of them were rare materials that Xiao Yan had no use for. Even if they were rare, they could only be used as currency to be auctioned or exchanged with others. There were naturally quite a number of things that moved Xiao Yan. Under Xiao Yan's investigation, there were also a couple of D-tier pill formulas. This was something that the current Xiao Yan just happened to lack the most. Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. Regardless of whether it was something that he lacked, he put it all away. Now that this storage ring belonged to him, the things within it naturally belonged to him. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, they were all his. After all, who would dislike having too many treasures? Under Xiao Yan's careful investigation, the thing that he was most concerned about this time around was finally found by Xiao Yan. Deep within the space of this storage ring, there was a wooden box hidden in a slightly hidden place. This wooden box was made from top-quality ginseng spiritual wood. Just by looking at it, Xiao Yan could imagine that this thing was definitely black wood and was extremely precious. Sure enough, after Xiao Yan opened the wooden box, he took a look and saw a green-white jade scroll lying quietly within the wooden box. When Xiao Yan poured his spiritual strength into it, a row of large words that caused one's blood to boil instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Low-level intent class Do technique, heart-shattering palm. Chapter 202. Low-level E-class Do technique, heart-shattering palm. Xiao Yan looked at the 9 soul-stirring words that appeared in the air in front of him. His heart was filled with joy. The reason why he had used all his strength to open this storage ring was partly because of the treasures within it. Most importantly, he wanted to find the E-class Do technique that He Mu was so proud of. An E-class Do technique was a frightening existence that surpassed both the man class and spirit class Do techniques. This kind of Do technique was something that even the stronger Origin Emperor and Origin sect experts would not let go of, much less a mere half-emperor like Xiao Yan. There were indeed quite a number of treasures within this storage ring. However, if one were to really talk about it, just the jade scroll in Xiao Yan's hand was enough to make all the treasures within this storage ring pale in comparison. From this, one could see just how precious an E-class Do technique was. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He slowly placed the jade scroll in his hand back into the wooden box. His mind once again swept through the entire storage ring, hoping to find the other E-class Do technique that He Mu had used, the heaven-capturing claw, or perhaps something even more precious. Unfortunately, good luck would not repeatedly fall on one's head. One had to rely on one's own hands to work hard to obtain such a good fortune. Xiao Yan's gains from this big battle had come to an end. Xiao Yan was not discouraged because of this. Being able to find an E-class do technique that he wanted had already caused him to be satisfied. As for the rest, it did not matter if there was nothing else. After all, he still understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Only by knowing how to be satisfied would one not be blinded by desire. This was also something that Xiao Yan had been constantly telling himself in his heart. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye in the eyes of a cultivator. After 3 days of training, Xiao Yan's aura had once again recovered to its peak. Moreover, because of the harvest from the storage ring 3 days ago, Xiao Yan's complexion looked even more rosy than before, and his aura also became more vigorous. When he saw old Luo Duo, Xiao Yan exchanged a few words with them. The two old men also knew that it was time for Xiao Yan to leave. Hence, they did not say anything else. All they could do was wait for Xiao Yan to give them an expected surprise after the alchemist grand meeting. Hee, alright, go. Remember, you must bring back the champion to thank this old man. Xiao Yan and Elder Luo stood in the void. Elder Luo casually opened the space passage that connected to the courtyard outside. Then, he faced Xiao Yan and smiled. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled when he heard this. His gaze slowly swept across the two seniors, and a respectful smile appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the two and said with a smile, "Seniors, I'll take my leave now. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll come and bother you again." Qingmu laughed heartily when he heard this. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, it's just a matter of time." "All right, what do you mean by, in the future?" "We're so close. If you miss this old man, just shout from outside and I'll naturally welcome you in." Ha! Xiao Yan smiled, turned around, and stepped into the space passage. The moment Xiao Yan entered the passage, Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in the dilapidated courtyard in the outside world. Looking at the familiar scene in the outside world, Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. In the end, this was the only stage where he could truly display himself. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly walked on the streets of the ancient savage city. When he heard the conversations of the surrounding people, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. At this moment, all these people were discussing the matter of him and Mod participating in the alchemist grand meeting. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Mod had already become the two most famous people in the ancient savage city. However, most of the words that Xiao Yan heard were filled with disdain and cold laughter toward him. In the mouths of the crowd, he was merely a coward who was as timid as a mouse and did not dare to step forward to fight. Xiao Yan could not be bothered to explain this. This was because the more he explained, the more people would misunderstand that he was truly a coward. Rather than that, he might as well use facts to prove himself. At this moment, there was still some time before the alchemist grand meeting began. Hence, Xiao Yan walked on the streets at a steady pace until he was suddenly interrupted by a sudden commotion. Suddenly, at the end of the crowd, there was the sound of a house being destroyed. Xiao Yan originally did not care about this. After all, this kind of thing was extremely common on the continent. He did not need to care about it, much less look at it. However, just as Xiao Yan continued to walk on without caring about anything, a figure descended from the sky. With a step on the street in front of Xiao Yan, the limestone road in front of him was forcefully turned into a pile of dust. The figure landed on the ground and instantly flew past Xiao Yan without the slightest hesitation. He swiftly flew out of the ancient savage city as if he was fleeing for his life. However, the instant this figure flew past Xiao Yan's originally unhurried footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He stood on the ground and looked straight ahead. A smile slowly surfaced on the corners of his mouth. Haha, unexpectedly, I have met an old friend the moment I came out. After Xiao Yan's voice sounded, another couple of human figures swiftly flew past the empty space above Xiao Yan's head. Their frightening speed caused the crowd below to be involuntarily blown to the ground by the hurricane that came from in front of them. Everyone's eyes revealed surprise as they looked at Xiao Yan after seeing that Xiao Yan was safe and sound under the hurricane. Their eyes were filled with shock. The couple of people who had flown past their heads earlier were genuine Band D experts. The storm that was stirred by their actions was sufficient to send an ordinary elite Doshing flying. However, this young man in front of them was actually able to remain unmoved. Just how frightening was his strength? After a couple of breaths, four human figures appeared 1,000 feet behind Xiao Yan. They were currently surrounding a miserable-looking old man with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His aura was weak. All of his escape routes had been sealed by these four Band D experts. This old man no longer had any way to escape. Ha 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 ha. You are very good at running. Don't stop. Continue running. The old me wants to see just where you can run to. A 3-star Band D actually wishes to escape from the four of us. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the strongest amongst the four, an intermediate-level Band D expert who had already reached the level of a 4-star Band D, revealed a mocking expression as he looked at the miserable-looking old man. Both of his eyes were filled with disdain. Humph. Qin Zhong, the old me will advise you to hand over the Void Lightning Pool invitation if you are tactful. The old me guarantees that I will not kill you. Otherwise, the old me will definitely not be merciful. Before his voice sounded, the old man's body suddenly shot forward. His right hand spread open and violently smashed towards Qin Zhong's chest. He did not intend to give Qin Zhong the opportunity to speak. Qin Zhong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. With his strength and his current condition, he was no match for this person in front of him. All he could do was try his best to dodge. However, just as Qin Zhong was about to dodge, the other 3 Band D experts swiftly moved and blocked Qin Zhong in the same spot. The palm that broke through the air also violently smashed into Qin Zhong's chest. Grog. Immediately, Qin Zhong's face suddenly turned bright red. A mouthful of bright red blood was wildly spat out from his mouth. His aura also swiftly weakened. However, just as that old man was about to give Qin Zhong a second palm strike, a light suddenly flashed among the 4 people. Qin Zhong's body instantly disappeared. At the same time, an ice-cold voice slowly sounded. Earlier, which hand did you use to injure him? Chapter 203. Just now, which hand did you use to injure him? The ice-cold words did not contain the slightest emotion. It was as though they had been transmitted from the 9 serene hells, causing one's hair to stand on end. The instant Xiao Yan's words were emitted, the temperature of the entire place suddenly became extremely cold. This caused the people outside, who had come to watch the show, to feel as though they were in an ice cellar at this moment. They felt a deep and frightening chill. When the crowd saw Xiao Yan's face, there were immediately people who recognized that the black-robed man in front of them was the person who had resisted the hurricane on the street earlier. From the looks of it, this seemingly young fellow actually seemed to be a half-emperor expert. When they thought of this, the crowd outside the arena immediately emitted a sound of inhaling cold air. Everyone's faces revealed a grave expression. From the looks of it, this black-robed young man was also not an ordinary person. Being able to reach the half-emperor level at such an age, how could he be an ordinary person in this savage ancient city? TSK, looks like the wishful thinking of the 4 of them is going to fail. Within the crowd, a slightly older old man saw this scene and immediately sighed softly from his mouth. He slowly opened his mouth and laughed. The moment the old man's voice sounded, the surrounding crowd immediately turned their gazes to the old man. This old man once again laughed softly. A glint flickered in his old eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan in the arena. Immediately, he narrowed his old eyes and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. Ha, this young man's identity is definitely not ordinary. If I were to say it, everyone might be shocked. When they heard the old man's vague words, the crowd immediately became noisy. However, this old man acted as though he did not hear it. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. It was a long while later before he cupped his hands together and bowed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, his mouth slowly emitted a smile as he said, "This senior has already disappeared from the city for a month. He is also the person that everyone has been talking about and mocking during this 1 month. He is the ultimate source of the alchemist grand meeting being forcefully postponed, Yan Xiao." When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone outside the arena could not help but be stunned. The black-robed young man who had saved Qin Zhong in a thunderous manner was actually Yan Xiao, who was as timid as a mouse. Instantly, everyone turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. Even the 4 half-emperors present also looked at Xiao Yan with astonished gazes. Was the man in front of them really Yan Xiao, who had disappeared for a month? Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the people in the field. He just revealed a slightly surprised smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the old man and asked with a smile, "What are you talking about? Old mister, you really have a unique insight. How can you tell that I am Yan Xiao?" When the old man heard this, the hands that he extended forward became even more respectful. His pair of old eyes looked towards Xiao Yan as he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Sir, you are too kind. It is not that this old man has a good eye for people. It is just that I was fortunate enough to meet you once before. Therefore, I was able to recognize you." Xiao Yan smiled and did not ask any further on this question. It was fine if he was recognized. It was not a big deal. However, his focus was on the 4 half-emperors in front of him. Xiao Yan lowered his head to look at the weak Qin Zhong in his embrace. He could not help but frown slightly. Threads of cold light slowly surfaced in his eyes. Although Qin Zhong's aura was weak in his embrace, his heart immediately became excited when he saw Xiao Yan. His weak body forcefully twisted and tried to get up from Xiao Yan's embrace. However, he could only helplessly be slowly placed on the ground by Xiao Yan. Just as Qin Zhong was about to open his mouth to say something, Xiao Yan casually stuffed a longan-sized medicinal pill into Qin Zhong's mouth before he could spit out the words that had reached his mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered Qin Zhong's mouth, it instantly turned into an extremely pure energy torrent that quickly surged into Qin Zhong's body. Wherever the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill passed, the strength in Qin Zhong's body was rapidly recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This also caused Qin Zhong's eyes to suddenly surge with astonishment. Seeing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He did not explain further and only nodded his head to indicate that Qin Zhong was at ease. After which, he stood up and slowly turned around. His gaze looked towards the 4 half-emperors. These 4 Ban Di experts had clearly heard of Xiao Yan's name. Back then, the ancestor of the Li clan was an expert at the 6-star Ban Di class. However, he was still unable to gain any advantage in front of this black-robed, young man in front of them. This allowed them to clearly understand just how powerful Xiao Yan was. However, now that they had already reached this stage and the Void Lightning Pool invitation was right in front of them, how could they be willing to give up? When Xiao Yan's gaze was looking at the 4 half-emperors, the strongest amongst the 4, a 4-star half-emperor, also looked at Xiao Yan with a cold expression. He opened his mouth and sneered, "What? What? You are that Yan Xiao? After hiding for a month, you finally couldn't help but come out. However, this is also good. This old man remembers that you also have a Void Lightning Pool invitation that you obtained from Li Gong back then. Now, this old man will take care of it for you. Facing the old man, who was also wearing a black robe, Xiao Yan sneered. He slowly raised his hand under his sleeves. His white palm looked exceptionally dazzling under the sunlight. With a thought, a ray of light flashed across his hand. A bright silver invitation instantly appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the old man. His tone was still extremely cold as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, tell me. Which hand did you use to injure him just now?" Faced with Xiao Yan's extremely cold words, the old man still had an indifferent expression. His gaze stared intently at the void lightning pool invitation in Xiao Yan's hand. His tone was neither fast nor slow as he said, "This old man knows that you have an extremely powerful dose skill that is sufficient to allow you to fight against a 6-star half-emperor. However, there are currently 4 half-emperors here. Do you think that you have the qualifications to speak to this old man in such a manner?" After his voice sounded, the old man's foot suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly swept towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes also became increasingly icy cold. He let out a cold snort and similarly took half a step forward. Under his feet, a frightening aura that was not the slightest bit weaker than the old man's suddenly and violently pressed down. The expression of the old man instantly changed when the two came into contact. He did not expect that with his strength, the other party would not lose to him even a little while he was suppressing Xiao Yan with his aura. The strength of this Yan Xiao was really frightening. At this moment, the other 3 half-emperors behind the old man also saw that the situation was not right. One by one, they stepped forward and took a step towards Xiao Yan. The aura of a 3-star half-emperor was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. However, just as the old man thought that he would be able to suppress Xiao Yan in this manner, Xiao Yan once again emitted a cold snort from his mouth. His body shook and the aura within his body instantly erupted. Immediately, an aura that was even more frightening than the combined aura of these 4 people crazily swept out from Xiao Yan's body. It completely suppressed the aura of these 4 half-emperors. Chapter 204. At this moment, several figures were standing in the middle of the street that was surrounded by the crowd. 2 completely different frightening auras had already filled the area. At this moment, opposite Xiao Yan, 4 figures were using all their strength to resist Xiao Yan's aura and pressure. All 4 of them were half-martial emperors. For half-martial emperors had actually been defeated by Xiao Yan's aura alone. After this battle, it would likely be difficult for these 4 half-martial emperors to establish themselves in the ancient city of Savage Desolation. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were looking at Xiao Yan, who had an indifferent expression on his face, with faces filled with fear. All of them felt extremely solemn in their hearts. No matter what, they had never imagined that Yan Zhao's strength would actually be so frightening. They were all 3-star half-martial emperors. Even if the 4 of them attacked together, their auras would not be able to suppress Xiao Yan in the slightest. At this moment, the 4 half-martial emperors were finally unable to help themselves from doubting Xiao Yan's strength. Was the black-robed youth before them truly only a 3-star half-martial emperor? If so, why was the strength that he had erupted with inferior to even some 6-star half-martial emperors? At this moment, even the eyes of the crowd that had come to spectate were filled with shock. Yan Xiao had actually suppressed 3 half-martial emperors of the same level by himself. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that there was even a frightening 4-star half-martial emperor amongst them. At this moment, they did not even dare to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that this was reality and not an illusion? In response, the old man who had recognized Xiao Yan earlier had a calm smile on his face. He had grown up in the ancient city of Savage Desolation since he was a child and had seen too many great things. The scene before his eyes might be difficult for others to accept, but he understood that the reason why Xiao Yan was able to suppress these 4 half-martial emperors was all because of Xiao Yan's own efforts. Xiao Yan in the battleground looked at the expressions on the faces of these four people. His mouth once again emitted a cold snort. His straight body abruptly leaned forward. A frightening aura also carried a frightening pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it violently pressed down. In an instant, the auras of the four half-martial emperors were easily crushed by Xiao Yan. The four half-martial emperors' bodies were also sent flying backwards and violently smashed onto the ground. The four half-martial emperors' bodies were in a sorry state as they climbed up and gradually retreated. Obviously, the four of them knew that they were no match for Xiao Yan and that there would not be a good outcome if they continued to stay. Thus, they already had thoughts of retreat in their hearts. However, even though they wanted to leave, Xiao Yan of the Desolation of the Martial Emperors of the Savage Martial Emperor of the Desolation Realm. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed as he stood on the spot. He had already disappeared. The expressions of the four bandi changed drastically upon seeing this. Without any hesitation, the four of them suddenly leaped forward. Their feet violently stepped on empty air. Their bodies flashed as they swiftly fled in four different directions. Humph! Yan Xiao, although you are not weak, you will not be able to stop the four of us if we want to leave. After these words were spoken, Qin Zhong, who had already recovered, also stood up behind Xiao Yan. He looked in the direction that the four half-martial emperors had left and frowned slightly. He advised Xiao Yan, "Brother Yan Xiao, I think we should forget about it. If the four of them split up and leave, then they will definitely leave. If the four half-martial emperors split up, it is indeed impossible to stop them." The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile as he looked in the direction that the four half-martial emperors had left. He turned his head to look at Qin Zhong and said with a faint smile, "Ha, Brother Qin, you just need to relax and stay here. I want to see how fast the four of them can be." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan did not wait for Qin Zhong to speak again. His body instantly flashed and in the next moment, he had already appeared high up in the sky. With a thought, the avatar and his body quickly condensed in the empty space beside him. After exchanging glances with the avatar, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and instantly used the Sky Absolute Steps. His body flashed and he chased after one of the three-star half-martial emperors who was relatively weaker. The Sky Absolute Steps was a human-class agility do skill. Naturally, there was no need to mention its speed. Back then, Xiao Yan was able to fight against a 7-star half-martial emperor when he had just made some progress. Now that Xiao Yan's strength had gradually increased, when he used it, it was likely that his speed would not be inferior to an 8-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, once the Sky Absolute Steps was used, Xiao Yan's speed immediately became like a meteor chasing after the moon. He instantly cut through the empty space and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the 3-star half-martial emperor. However, before the 3-star half-martial emperor could do anything, Xiao Yan had already ruthlessly thrown a punch at him. Before he could react, the punch violently smashed into his chest. After the punch, the 3-star half-martial emperor's body weakly fell from the empty space. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body once again flashed. After 2 consecutive heavy punches, another 2 human figures fell from the empty space like corpses. They violently smashed into the ground below, creating a huge pit that was dozens of feet deep. However, after the 3 figures fell from the sky, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded from an empty space that was even further away from Xiao Yan. This sound reverberated across the entire sky of the ancient savage city, causing the expressions of all the experts in the city to abruptly change at this moment. The strength that this explosion contained was really not weak. Under the perception of some high-class half-martial emperors, their expressions instantly became ugly at this moment. This was because this earth-shaking explosion was actually caused by the self-destruction of a half-martial emperor. At this moment, under this earth-shaking explosion, tens of thousands of people in the city were already shocked. Everyone felt an incomparable shock in their hearts. A half-martial emperor had actually self-destructed in the sky above the ancient savage city. At this moment, all the half-martial emperors swiftly moved. They had to pay attention to this kind of half-martial emperor level matter. As for Xiao Yan, the moment the explosion sounded, the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. This was because that earth-shaking explosion was caused by his clone. In order to not harm the ancient city below, Xiao Yan had forcefully suppressed the power within his clone's body when it self-destructed. Otherwise, who knew what kind of big trouble he would cause in the ancient savage city? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a cold smile as he flew and landed. He saw an enormous deep pit on the ground below. His body moved and his leg kicked down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge pit deepened once again. Xiao Yan, who was within it, violently threw an extremely weak body out of the huge pit with one hand. He threw the body in front of the surrounding crowd as if he was throwing out trash. I remember asking you previously which hand injured Qin Zhong. Since you are unwilling to tell me, I can only guess myself. As the ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest emotion sounded, Xiao Yan's hand gently trembled in front of the extremely terrified eyes of the old man. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flames suddenly appeared in his palm. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, a familiar joyous voice was suddenly transmitted into his ear. What? Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao. So it's you. I thought that something had happened here. Ha 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 ha. You have really made this old man look for you over the past month. Chapter 205. Xiao Yan's hand paused for a moment. He lifted his head and looked up. At this moment, the sky was already occupied by dozens of human figures. At this moment, other than the few familiar figures, the rest of these people were all looking at Xiao Yan with curious gazes. These people were all people who had come to watch the alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, their strengths were all at the half-emperor level. The weakest among them had already reached the level of a 3-star half-emperor. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's strength was really not enough in front of these people. Chairman Guli, I really missed you very much after not seeing you for a month. Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a smile when he saw the old human figure in the empty sky. His mouth also laughed out loud. When the half-emperors heard that the person below was actually Yan Xiao, who had disappeared for a month, all of them could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately after, as they looked at each other, they also redefined Xiao Yan's image in their hearts. The outside world had always said that Xiao Yan did not dare to participate in the alchemist grand meeting because he was timid and weak. However, these were after all only known by ordinary people. These half-emperors did not believe in the slightest. However, they had always been extremely curious about Xiao Yan's sudden disappearance in their hearts. At this moment, when they saw Xiao Yan, everyone naturally had a good impression of him in their hearts. Guli also smiled when he heard this. His gaze then landed on the old man beside Xiao Yan's feet. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and asked with some doubt. This is, however, before Guli's voice sounded, another human figure swiftly flew over from the end of the street in the distance. When Xiao Yan saw this, he immediately smiled and said, "Looks like Brother Qin has almost recovered." Before Qin Zhong arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his clear voice was already clearly heard. When Qin Zhong heard this, his face was filled with gratitude as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, this is all thanks to Brother Yan Zhao's medicinal pills. Otherwise, I really don't know when I'll be able to recover from that palm strike." At this point, there was no need for Xiao Yan to say anything more. Guli also understood that this matter was likely caused by Qin Zhong. Xiao Yan laughed with Qin Zhong. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at Guli. After which, he swept his eyes over the group of Band D experts in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he spoke to Guli. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. However, it has already been resolved. However, I do not know how to make so many half-martial emperors welcome me together. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the various half-martial emperors in the sky could not help but burst into laughter at his humorous words. Of course, they were not here to welcome Xiao Yan. If it were not for the terrifying explosion just now, they would not have been alarmed and come here. At this moment, it was likely that the only people in the sky who found Xiao Yan an eyesore and had gloomy faces were Mod and Old Demon who were standing in a corner. At this moment, when Mod saw that Xiao Yan was actually standing in the ancient savage city unscathed, his heart was filled with anger. A month ago, he had been seriously injured by Old Luo's attack. This debt was all on Xiao Yan's head. If it were not for Xiao Yan, the Alchemist Grand Meeting would have already ended and the Alchemist Guild in the ancient savage city would have been under their control. However, because of this Yan Xiao, their originally perfect plan had been ruined time and time again. However, the most hateful thing was that Xiao Yan's alchemy skills were actually just as terrifying. At such a young age, he already possessed such terrifying strength. Moreover, he possessed some kind of heavenly flame and possessed an ultimate Do skill. No matter which one it was, they all moved him. Since Xiao Yan had arrived in the ancient savage city, he had first crossed the gap of 3 stars to fight a 6-star half-martial emperor. Then, he had summoned the revered Old Luo in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, he had obtained the rank 2 alchemist badge in the Alchemist Guild. If one were to look at these things carefully, it would seem that Xiao Yan had come for the Alchemist Grand Meeting from the very beginning. He had been rampaging all the way and no one had been able to stop him. Even the 7-star half-martial emperor that Mod had sent to kill Xiao Yan was like throwing meat buns at a dog. The Xiao Yan in front of her was just like a 10,000-year-old demon that was stored in a tender skin bag. Bastard! So what if you have returned? Once the Alchemist Grand Meeting begins, this old man will still defeat you beneath my feet. Compared to Mod, Old Freak who stood to the side saw things even more clearly than him. From the very first glance at Xiao Yan, he had already sensed that Xiao Yan's aura had already reached the peak of a late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from becoming a 4-star half-martial emperor. Mod, did you discover something different about that Yan Xiao compared to a month ago? This old man keeps feeling that there is something wrong with him. At this moment, Old Freak who narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan as he sent a voice transmission to Mod beside him. As they were on the same boat as Mod, Old Freak who naturally knew about the matter of Xiao Yan and Old Freak Sun. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan. Now that he was asking about Xiao Yan, he was unwilling to let go of any detail about Xiao Yan. Hearing that, Mod also frowned slightly. Since Old Freak who had said so, he would rather believe it than not. Immediately, Mod also hurriedly cast his gaze toward Xiao Yan. With a thought, his soul power rapidly spread out and carefully surrounded Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan who was chatting with Gu Li and the others felt the faintly discernible soul power around him. However, the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile as he allowed the soul power to slowly envelop his body. After devouring and refining He Mu's soul power, the current Xiao Yan's soul power was no longer weaker than Mod's. Thus, it was simply impossible for Mod to investigate him without Xiao Yan's detection. Yan Xiao, since you have already returned, it is time for the Alchemist Grand Meeting to begin. After all, so many of us have waited for you for a month. After chatting for a while, Gu Li lifted his eyes to look at the sky. It was noon and it was indeed time for the Grand Meeting to begin. When Gu Li's words left his mouth, the half-martial emperors behind him immediately became noisy. They had waited for a month for Xiao Yan to return and participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Now that the time had come and everyone was in place, it was time for the Alchemist Grand Meeting to begin. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. He cupped his hands together and cupped them toward the half-martial emperors in the sky. Only then did he open his mouth and say with a smile, "Everyone, I also know that because of me, all of you have waited for a month in vain. I know that among all of you, there are definitely some who have become impatient from waiting. Here, I would like to personally apologize to all of you." Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and bowed after his words sounded. This action immediately obtained the approval of many half-martial emperors present. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan's words were sincere or not, he had after all expressed his attitude in front of so many people. If they were still not satisfied, it would be a little boring. Xiao Yan placed his hands down and looked at the smiling half-martial emperors. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Although these people had not reached the level where Xiao Yan felt threatened, it was ultimately not a bad thing to leave a good impression. Moreover, these people had some understanding of his strength. Since he was not afraid of opponents who were 3 stars above him, there was naturally no need for him to bow down to them. At this moment, his attitude was already enough to let them put down all the grudges they had against Xiao Yan in their hearts. No matter who it was, this was not a bad thing. Gu Li's face was filled with a smile when he saw this move of Xiao Yan's. This method of Xiao Yan had not only left behind a good reputation for himself, but it could also once again attract a large group of alchemists to their alchemist grand meeting. However, just as everyone was preparing to return to watch the alchemist grand meeting begin, Xiao Yan, who was the focus of attention, gently waved his hand. A cluster of brilliant heavenly flame instantly surged out from his palm, causing the temperature of this area to suddenly rise at this moment. Seeing this scene, the people in the field who were about to leave once again stopped and looked at Xiao Yan in unison. On the other hand, Xiao Yan looked at Qin Zhong with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He immediately opened his mouth and laughed. "Ha, brother Qin, which hand did this guy use when he injured you previously?" Hearing this extremely calm sentence, Qin Zhong could not help but be stunned. After a moment, he quickly reacted. After talking for so long, Xiao Yan had actually returned to the starting point. The people in the sky also saw this scene and heard the words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Their impression of Xiao Yan immediately improved a lot in their hearts. He was indeed a rare person to be so concerned about his friend. Qin Zhong frowned and pondered for a long time. His eyes turned slightly and saw a red handprint on his chest. The sequence of the 5 fingers was obviously from his right hand. Xiao Yan smiled upon seeing this. He did not wait for Qin Zhong to say anything more as his eyes suddenly shifted downwards. In an instant, his originally smiling face was suddenly replaced by an ice-cold expression that was as cold as the 9 serene springs. A fire flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yan's hand, which was controlling the heavenly flame, suddenly clenched. The heavenly flame in his palm suddenly exploded and turned into a large flame that quickly wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, in the sky, Missouri's expression suddenly changed. His mind quickly turned and he quickly withdrew the spiritual power that he had released. Unfortunately, although his actions were not slow, under Xiao Yan's sudden attack, a part of his spiritual power was still injured. It would be difficult for him to recover in the near future. "Damn it! You are ruthless." Xiao Yan smiled after removing the spiritual strength that had adhered to his body. His eyes swept over the empty space without leaving a trace. His eyes collided with Mod's eyes in the empty space. His eyes contained some ridicule, causing the latter's fury to soar. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, completely ignored him. He waved his right hand and the heavenly flame in his palm immediately shot out. It instantly incinerated the right arm of the old man, who had already fainted, into nothingness. There was a piece of charred flesh at the joint. With a thought, Xiao Yan withdrew the heavenly flame. At the same time, Xiao Yan glanced again at the old man, who was lying motionless on the ground. After so many years, Xiao Yan had already learned that as long as it was an enemy, he would definitely not show mercy and would not give them a chance. As long as he attacked, Xiao Yan did not have the habit of leaving anyone alive. This person was no exception. Chapter 206. Above the Void Square in the ancient city of Wildlands. At this moment, the Void Square had already reached a frightening state where it was packed with people. Almost all of the large and small factions within the ancient city of Wildlands, as long as they could fly in the sky and had the ability to step onto the Void Square, had already arrived. At this moment, the Void Square could only be described with 4 words: shoulder to shoulder. It was unexpected that after a month, the attraction of the Alchemist Grand Meeting was actually even more frightening, causing countless people to come. Of course, the main reason for this was Xiao Yan. Or rather, it was because of Elder Luo. A month ago, Elder Luo had personally stepped forward to forcefully postpone the Alchemist Grand Meeting in order to help Xiao Yan. Such a magnificent feat could be said to be the first in the history of the ancient city of Wildlands. Just because of a 3-star half-martial emperor, the continent's Pill Pagoda's rules had been disregarded, and the Alchemist Grand Meeting was forcefully postponed. In this ancient city of desolation, apart from Elder Luo, who was well known and respected by tens of thousands of people, could accomplish such a magnificent feat. However, the most important thing was that the person who caused Elder Luo to do such a thing was actually only a 3-star half-emperor. It was also because of this, in addition to the matter of Xiao Yan in the city during the day, that the current Xiao Yan had already become the focus of attention. Currently, all of the people who had come to watch the Alchemist Grand Meeting, other than wanting to take a look at the miraculous alchemy skills of an alchemist, they also wanted to see this exceptional genius, Yan Xiao, who had shocked the entire city. Although the entire Void Square was surrounded by the crowd like an enlarged version of a soccer ball, the space inside the soccer ball still appeared to be empty and there was still space left. This was the competition venue of the Alchemist Grand Meeting this time around. It was the stage where the 2 focal figures of the Alchemist Grand Meeting would fight. Although the interior space was still considered spacious and there was still room, the atmosphere within was still somewhat oppressive due to the encirclement of countless people. However, it still appeared somewhat heavy and pressuring. This caused Xiao Yan's and Mod's hearts to involuntarily surge with an unknown pressure. Gu Li stood in the middle of the entire stadium in the empty space. His gaze slowly swept across the incomparably noisy audience. The corners of his mouth also felt a little proud of the vastness of this Alchemist Grand Meeting. He'd managed the Alchemist Guild all his life and held and presided over who knows how many large meetings. But it was truly the first time he'd had such a feeling of dark clouds covering the sun like today. His hands slowly pressed down on the space in front of him, and a faint aura spread out. However, the expected silence did not appear. This caused Gu Li's face to involuntarily become a little embarrassed. It seemed that these people today were more courageous than before. The corners of Gu Li's mouth curled up into a smile. With a thought, the frightening aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately spread out. In an instant, other than the few people present, even some of the half-martial emperors present revealed serious expressions. It must be said that as the chairman of the Alchemist Guild, without mentioning his alchemy skills, Gu Li's strength was truly boundless. Sure enough, the previously noisy empty stadium immediately quietened down after Gu Li's action. Everyone's faces were grave as they looked at Gu Li. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had already been pressured by this frightening aura until their heads turned red. Clearly, they could no longer endure it. Gu Li gently shook his head when he saw this. He slowly scattered the aura and pressure. Honestly speaking, it was not that he wanted to use violent methods. It was just that these people really did not understand ordinary language. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw this. He ignored the nonsense that Gu Li was about to say. Instead, he appeared to be lazily curled up in his chair. His spiritual strength quietly spread out and investigated everything in the arena. Next, this old man announces that the final round of the alchemist grand meeting has officially begun. Finally, the sentence that everyone had been waiting for was uttered from Guli's mouth. At this moment, everyone felt their blood boiling. Their mouths also cried out in agreement. The atmosphere in the arena was completely ignited at this moment. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the empty space. A human figure wearing an alchemist robe was the first to step onto a stone platform in the empty space. As the human figure stood there, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. However, all of them emitted a soft hiss from their mouths. This was because the person wearing an alchemist robe was none other than MOD, who was going to compete with Xiao Yan in alchemy skills in this round. When he heard the disdainful words from everyone's mouths, MOD's face trembled in anger. In his heart, he wished that he could slap all these ants in front of him to death. However, he could only do this in the current situation. He tried his best to ignore them. After all, the most important thing at this moment was not these ants who had never seen the world. Instead, it was this rank 2 alchemist who was going to compete with him, Yan Xiao. Standing on the stone platform, MOD looked at Xiao Yan, who was still curled up in his chair from a distance. His mouth emitted a cold snort. Immediately, he ignored him. He extended his hand and a glow flashed from the storage ring on his hand. A purple-black medicinal cauldron flew out and heavily smashed onto the stone platform in front of MOD. This medicinal cauldron was purple-black in color. There was a bat carved on both sides of the medicinal cauldron. The wings of the bat were connected to each other to form the body of the cauldron. 2 bloody large mouths had transformed into 2 fire vents. 4 claws supported the entire medicinal cauldron on the ground. Its sharp ears were connected together, forming a 4-sided opening lid. When MOD took out this medicinal cauldron, the expressions of Guli and the rest in the judges' seats changed slightly. Clearly, they were quite surprised by MOD's medicinal cauldron. It is unexpected that this is actually the blood bat cauldron. This fellow has actually obtained it. Hasn't this medicinal cauldron always been their association head's treasure? Looks like they have invested quite a lot in this grand meeting. However, while MOD's side was being passionately discussed by everyone, Xiao Yan slowly stood up from his chair. He appeared to have just woken up and stretched his lazy waist. Immediately, a smile surfaced on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth. His body moved and instantly appeared on a stone platform. Xiao Yan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Everyone wanted to see what grade of medicinal cauldron Xiao Yan could take out since MOD had taken out such a high-grade medicinal cauldron. When MOD saw that Xiao Yan had finally stood up, he thought of the Luo Tian cauldron that he had seen previously. The joy that had risen in his heart immediately disappeared. Why should Xiao Yan not only possess a heavenly flame, but also a medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, which was the dream of all alchemists? Yet, MOD still had to think of ways to borrow another person's cauldron to keep up appearances. The anger in his heart had already accumulated to an unimaginable level. If he could, he really wanted to seize everything that belonged to Xiao Yan in his hands. He also wanted to be the center of attention. He also wanted everyone to worship him. Unfortunately, there was still a big gap between reality and imagination. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch as Xiao Yan took the limelight. Standing on the stone platform, Xiao Yan wore a cold smile as he looked at MOD, who had a gloomy face on the other side. He opened his mouth and sneered. Do you know why you have been stuck as a rank 2 alchemist for so long? It is because you are too narrow-minded and your heart is too dirty. The most important thing for an alchemist is the soul. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. At the same time, the storage ring on his hand flashed, and a huge scarlet light suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The light gradually disappeared, and a scarlet medicinal cauldron also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This medicinal cauldron was completely scarlet red, as if it had been burned through by a raging flame. Various ancient magical beasts were engraved on the cauldron's body. The invisible aura that spread out made people feel as if they were in the midst of a herd of beasts. They could feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. When the medicinal cauldron appeared, most of the people present could not help but have a change in expression. Obviously, they recognized this extremely domineering medicinal cauldron. When Ghoulie, and the others saw this medicinal cauldron, their expressions could not help but freeze. Their eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. In particular, Ghoulie and were even more shocked by Xiao Yan's enormous foundation. It was a long while later that Ghoulie finally recovered with great difficulty. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He did not expect that not only was the Luo Tian cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, in Xiao Yan's hands, but even this terrifying existence, which was ranked sixth on the heavenly tripod list, would appear in Xiao Yan's hands. This. Yen Xiao, you have brought us too many surprises. The Thousand Beast Cauldron. In addition to the heavenly flame, what are your chances of winning? Chapter 207. Stared at the crimson medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan from afar. His heart was already filled with rage. In addition to what Xiao Yan had just said, his hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling uncontrollably. At this very moment, he really wanted to rush over and tear Xiao Yan to pieces. Everything that was happening before his eyes made him feel that this world was too unfair. Why did he have to lower his pride and beg for Xiao Yan when he had everything? Why did he have to be suppressed by this brat who came out of nowhere? Mod's heart was burning with rage. When he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him, it was as if he was looking at a pile of trash. Indeed, compared to the Thousand Beast cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, the Blood Bat cauldron in front of Mod was indeed like a pile of scrap metal. Humph. With a cold snort, Mod tried his best to calm himself down. After which, he closed his eyes and slowly sat down. After all, the refinement of an elixir pill required a long time of refining and fusing. During this process, the slightest disturbance could not be tolerated. Otherwise, if one's state of mind became unstable, it was very likely that the refinement process would end in failure. This was even more so for the Emperor Tier elixir pill that Xiao Yan and Mod were about to refine. Although Mod had already become a rank 2 alchemist and his spiritual strength had also reached the Emperor realm for many years, even so, with his current ability, his confidence in successfully refining an Emperor-grade elixir was still less than 50%. From this, one could imagine how difficult it was to refine an Emperor Tier elixir pill. Compared to a grade 9 elixir pill, an Emperor Tier elixir pill required a much more terrifying amount of natural energy. At the same time, it was also an extremely terrifying burden for the refiner. When an alchemist refined an Emperor Tier elixir pill, the first thing they had to deal with was the medicinal ingredients. Compared to ordinary medicinal herbs, the consumption of these medicinal herbs for alchemists during the process of refining medicinal herbs was also unimaginable. This process not only tested the alchemist's spiritual strength, but also the alchemist's cultivation level. After all, the medicinal ingredients used to refine an Emperor Tier elixir pill were not ordinary items. The refining process was naturally much longer. Without a certain cultivation foundation, one would be unable to refine an Emperor Tier elixir even if one's spiritual strength could keep up. For a high-tier alchemist, refining an elixir not only required a frightening spiritual strength that exceeded an ordinary person's, but it also required one's strength to be incomparably harsh. It was a long while later before Mod once again slowly opened his eyes. A glint flickered within his dark eyes. The violent qi within his body was once again suppressed by him. Mod's eyes were indifferent as they swept over Xiao Yan, who was similarly seated on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slowly narrowed into a thin line. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and a black fog-like black-colored flame surged out. It transformed into a large black fog that lingered around Mod's body. Black Soaring Snake Flame. As its name suggested, it was a flame that was produced from the body of an adult black soaring snake. The lethality of this flame was not great, but it was unusually dense. After it was released, it would appear like a black fog that blocked one's sight and could even block one's probing. Once one was enveloped by it, a frighteningly high temperature would be released under the control of the black soaring snake. Combined with the concealment ability of the black soaring snake, many people had suffered quite a great loss because of it. Following the appearance of this black soaring snake flame, the square was immediately covered by a dense black fog. Mod's figure was also hidden within it, making it difficult to detect him. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. There was nothing wrong with this flame. However, Mod's actions caused Xiao Yan to feel that it was intentional. Within a couple of breaths, the dense black fog was swiftly withdrawn. It swiftly agglomerated in the air and turned into a dark black soaring snake. Under Mod's control, it entered the medicinal cauldron through the fire passage on the blood-bat cauldron. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly. His eyes swept over Mod, only to see an evil smile hanging on the corner of Mod's mouth at this moment. A pair of shady old eyes revealed a ruthless expression. Xiao Yan's frown involuntarily deepened when he saw this. He felt that it was strange in his heart. However, he was ultimately unable to figure out the reason. All he could do was helplessly shake his head. Immediately, he lifted his eyes and looked at Guli, who had been quietly waiting in the judges' seats. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with the other party. Only then did he slowly raise his arm. His palm aimed at the empty space above his head. A fiery glow instantly surged in his eyes. His mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry. "Fire, come!" This stern cry was like a clap of thunder. It caused the noisy empty space to become silent for a brief moment. When everyone raised their eyes, they saw that the empty space in the direction where Xiao Yan's palm was pointing had emitted a loud bang. A brilliant heavenly flame had erupted all over the sky. The frighteningly high temperature caused the faces of a countless number of people present to appear as though they had been grilled by an intense flame at this moment. Their faces swiftly turned hot red. Xiao Yan waved his large hand when the heavenly flame appeared. The heavenly flame that permeated the sky immediately began to twist. After a couple of changes, it agglomerated into a brilliant fire dragon that soared into the sky. It caused a countless number of people present to emit waves of earth-shaking agreement at this moment. The fire dragon agglomerated and looked at the soaring snake that was continuously spinning in Mod's medicinal cauldron. The two flames faced each other. The heavenly flames were the divine flames of the world. How could it allow such a flame to continue rising in front of it? Immediately, a thunderous dragon roar was emitted from the fire dragon's mouth. Its entire body shook and a terrifying heavenly flame aura instantly swept out. This caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. A heavenly flame was a heavenly flame. Although it had been subdued by Xiao Yan, it still had its overbearing nature. Once the heavenly flame appeared, 10,000 flames would be destroyed. Although it would not die, it could not allow this bastard flame in front of it to continue burning and rising. Sure enough, the black soaring snake flame in Mod's medicinal cauldron began to shake violently uncontrollably the moment this aura was released. The originally fiercely burning flame was swiftly extinguished. Mod's expression instantly became ugly when he saw this. He was once again furious in his heart. The dou qi in his body suddenly surged out as he used all his strength to endure. He wanted the flame in the cauldron to rise once again. However, how could the heavenly flame be happy when it saw this? Its enormous dragon body turned and its thick dragon tail violently swung in the air. It had used the ultimate skill of the dragon tribe, the divine dragon tail whip. The thick dragon tail did not strike the medicinal cauldron when it was swung. Instead, it appeared as though it was fanning a fart as it pushed an even more overbearing heavenly flame aura toward the flame. Indeed, under the divine skill of the heavenly flame dragon, regardless of how furious Mod was in his heart or how wildly the doqi in his body was being poured out, the black soaring snake flame in the cauldron in front of him was extinguished when the frightening heavenly flame aura arrived. At this moment, Mod could only glare at Xiao Yan with a heart filled with fury. There was nothing else he could do. Only after doing all this did the heavenly flame dragon swiftly shrink its body like an obedient child who had completed its mission. It twisted its body and flew in front of Xiao Yan. After which, it happily flipped and danced in his palm. Xiao Yan gently smiled at the cute little fellow in his hand. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. With a random toss of his hand, he threw it into the demonic beast cauldron in front of him, preparing to warm it up before refining the medicinal pill. Chapter 208. Above the crowded void square, the noisy atmosphere from a moment ago became silent again. Gu Li's figure once again stood above the void. With a smile on his face, he slowly swept his gaze across the square. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Gu Li slowly extended his hand from under his sleeves. Light flickered in his palm and a scroll appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they involuntarily frowned. Gu Li smiled faintly. He raised the scroll in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. This scroll is an Emperor-grade pill formula. Because the number of participants has been reduced from the original 3 to 2, I've decided to give it to the alchemist and the pill formula as the reward for the champion of this year's alchemist grand meeting. As his words rang out, the square immediately became noisy. Although they were not alchemists, they knew the value of an Emperor-tier pill formula. The attractiveness of a D-tier pill formula was sufficient to cause a Tier 2 alchemist's expression to change. This was equivalent to a bargaining chip that Gu Li had placed in order to get Xiao Yan to go all out. Clearly, Xiao Yan was very fond of Gu Li's bargaining chip. Until now, the only Emperor-tier pill formula that he had come into contact with was the Emperor Tribulation pill formula in his storage ring. As for the others, although he had 2 scrolls, he had never used them. Now that Gu Li was using this to attract him, how could he not be moved? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried a smile as he looked at Gu Li. He realized that the latter was also looking at him. The 4 eyes made contact and smiled at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, could not help but quietly curse Old Fox in his heart. Gu Li had really put in a lot of effort for his alchemist association. Gu Li smiled as a glint flashed across his eyes. He also laughed in his heart. After which, his gaze once again swept across the square and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Next, I announce that the finals of this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting will now begin. As Gu Li's words rang out, it was no surprise that it brought about intense and crazy cheers in the square. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned at this moment and landed on the real protagonists of the square, Xiao Yan and Mod. Next, it was time for the 2 of them to show off their skills. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. The smile on his face gradually turned into confidence that rose from the bottom of his heart. Although this was Xiao Yan's first time refining an Emperor-grade pill, Xiao Yan understood that if he wanted to successfully refine an Emperor-grade pill, he absolutely could not be impatient. He had to ensure that his state of mind was stable enough. Moreover, he had to ensure that he was in his best condition in every aspect. Only in this way could he increase his success rate in concocting Emperor-grade pills. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan, who was currently under the attention of tens of thousands of people, did not begin the various preparations before refining the medicinal pill. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly shut his rippleless pitch-black eyes. Both of his hands formed the training seal and the flame art chi method within his body also began to circulate according to Xiao Yan's thoughts. In merely a couple of breaths' time, Xiao Yan had already completely entered into his training state. Every breath he took caused everyone watching outside to be stunned. Currently, the Alchemist Grand Meeting had officially begun. Not only did Yan Xiao not begin to refine a pill, he had instead sat cross-legged on the ground and began to train his Do Chi. Could it be that he did not have any confidence in himself and was planning to use this method to pass the time? Of course, the people present were not fools. Quite a number of people knew that Xiao Yan had only become a rank 2 alchemist in the past month. His current actions were merely to ensure that he was in his best condition. The corner of Mod's mouth revealed a disdainful cold smile when he saw this. Compared to Xiao Yan, he had already refined emperor-grade medicinal pills. From the way he saw it, training was completely unnecessary. If one did not have sufficient ability during the refinement, regardless of how high one's cultivation was or how strong one's Do Chi was, it would still be useless. Seeing that Xiao Yan was still concentrating on his training, Mod would not give up on this opportunity. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. His shriveled hand also violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him at the same time. Immediately, the cover of the medicinal cauldron opened. Soon after, numerous bright-colored medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The medicinal pill that Mod wanted to refine was called the Meru pill. Its effect was to greatly increase the strength of a half-emperor for a period of time. It could be considered quite difficult to refine among the emperor-grade medicinal pills. However, it was a little inferior when compared to Xiao Yan's Emperor Tribulation pill. This caused Mod to involuntarily rejoice in his heart. Even if he did not have the same foundation as Xiao Yan, the Heavenly Flame and the Thousand Beast Cauldron, he had at least refined an emperor-grade medicinal pill before. Hence, he was aware of the difficulty of refining an emperor-grade medicinal pill. No matter how one put it, he was more confident than Xiao Yan in refining it. This was the only advantage that he had over Xiao Yan. The corners of Mod's mouth immediately revealed an arrogant smile after the medicinal ingredients entered the cauldron. A thought passed through his mind and the flame in the cauldron instantly pounced forward. It separated the medicinal ingredients into a ball and began to refine them together. While Mod was doing his best to refine the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron, everyone looked at Xiao Yan again. However, he was still the same. Both of his legs were crossed as he sat on the stone platform. Both of his eyes were slightly shut and there was no expression on his face. Wisps of natural energy gradually flowed into Xiao Yan's body through his nose. After some refinement, they flowed into the vortex. At this moment, even Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated at the judges' seats, could not bear to continue watching. Could it be that Yan Xiao was really going to continue in this manner? Mod had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients. Compared to the expressions on their faces, Elder Xian and a young man holding a jade fan at a certain spot in the arena appeared exceptionally calm. Although Elder Luo was also a little worried in his heart, he relaxed after seeing the smile on the young man's face beside him. Compared to his understanding of Xiao Yan, the young man beside him knew a little more. The Yan Xiao in front of him was never a person who would give up so easily. Cuckoo, let's wait and see. Once his aura has recovered to its peak, it will be time for him to begin refining the pill. The young man's words had just sounded when Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes. His face did not carry the slightest emotion as he looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Both of his hands were waved in unison. Do Chi wildly surged and spiritual strength swept out like a tsunami. An even wilder bone-chilling flame also swiftly spread out at this moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yan withdrew his right hand. Immediately, he violently slammed it on the fire outlet of the Thousand Beast Cauldron in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within it swiftly agglomerated together. The aura within it also became increasingly wild and violent. Explode! A low cry sounded and the heavenly flame within the cauldron suddenly exploded. A wave of frighteningly high temperature from the heavenly flame suddenly swept across the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, causing the entire medicinal cauldron to tremble involuntarily. Now was the time. Xiao Yan took advantage of the opportunity and waved his sleeves. The medicinal ingredients around him, which had already been frozen by the bone-chilling flame, were all thrown into the medicinal cauldron in front of him with a thought. On the judges' seats, Guli and the other judges involuntarily felt surprised at this method of Xiao Yan's. At the same time, however, they also prayed that they would be able to see a true fierce battle. Chapter 209. From the judges' seats, Guli watched as Xiao Yan sealed all the medicinal ingredients in ice with one hand and ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron with the other. Guli could not help but frown slightly. However, before he could ponder any further, Xiao Yan had already thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron in the next moment. It was only at this moment that Guli swiftly reacted. No wonder Xiao Yan would use such a strange move. So this was the reason. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already completely recovered to his peak condition. On the other hand, Mod had already begun his first round of medicinal ingredient refinement. At this moment, Xiao Yan's refining speed was already much slower than before. In order to catch up to Mod's speed, Xiao Yan first used the bone-chilling flame to seal the medicinal ingredients in ice. Then, he ignited the heavenly flame in the cauldron to create an even more terrifying temperature. Using the extreme temperature difference during this period, Xiao Yan was able to weaken the attributes of the medicinal ingredients in the shortest amount of time, making it easier to refine them. Although this method seemed simple, it required the full cooperation of the two. Extreme heat and extreme cold only existed for a short instant. If the timing was not grasped, the outcome of these medicinal ingredients would be that they would be completely destroyed. In order to achieve this, not only did one need extremely powerful spiritual strength and control, but one also needed sufficient courage. After all, Xiao Yan only had a total of 3 sets of medicinal ingredients in his hands. Most importantly, he had never refined an emperor-tier medicinal pill before. This kind of bold experiment was not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, it was likely that Xiao Yan was the only one among all the alchemists who could use such a method. The bone-chilling flame was not something that every alchemist possessed. As for the ice attribute, there had never been such an exception among alchemists. As for external help, it was even more impossible. The combination of the two temperatures had to reach a point where the results were completely offset. Otherwise, if there was any deviation, the medicinal ingredients would be destroyed. Hence, this kind of technique could only be used by one person. It was likely that Xiao Yan was the only person on the entire continent who could combine the two. As they glanced at the medicinal ingredients that were rapidly being refined in the cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, Guli and the rest could not help but feel astonished by Xiao Yan's method. The young man in front of them seemed to always be able to break the rules that they knew. From their point of view, everything that was impossible seemed to have some leeway. To Xiao Yan, it was as though there was nothing that was absolutely impossible. When Mod saw Xiao Yan's method, his heart could not help but tremble. Xiao Yan's ability was truly frightening. If he could not quickly suppress him, Xiao Yan would catch up to him. Even though he had already reached this stage, Mod knew that he could not be anxious at this moment. After all, refining medicinal ingredients was merely the first step in pill refinement. Whether or not he could merge them into a pill was the most crucial part. Time passed bit by bit. As the two of them continued to slowly refine the medicinal ingredients, a day had already passed. Even so, the medicinal ingredients in their cauldrons were still split open, but there was no sign of their flesh being torn apart. Mod was rather confident about this. His face was relaxed as he slowly refined the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. There was not the slightest trace of anxiousness on his face. On the other side, Xiao Yan also adopted an indifferent attitude. His attention was still focused on the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron, slowly waiting for the moment when they would give up. 1 day, 2 days, time gradually passed. Until a certain moment, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, a yellowed ancient vine in Xiao Yan's cauldron, its surface, which had been as hard as a rock for a long time, finally began to crack a tiny crack. Although this change was insignificant, it was still noticed by Xiao Yan under his close observation. Immediately, Xiao Yan knew that the critical moment of refining the medicinal ingredients was about to arrive. When he looked at MOD again, although he still had an indifferent expression, from the slight frown on his face, one could tell that his heart was not as calm and unperturbed as he appeared on the surface. Xiao Yan smiled. He did not pay too much attention to MOD. His mind controlled the heavenly flame in his cauldron and carefully carried out the subsequent refinement. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the tiny crack lines on the horned dragon-like vine gradually expanded at a rate that was undetectable by the naked eye. One could vaguely see green-green liquid flowing continuously within it. Those were the ultimate goal of Xiao Yan's refinement of this vine. All the medicinal strength of this vine was within those green-green liquid. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, the gradually yellowed vine seemed to have come alive as it slowly twisted its body. Its yellowed surface gradually turned into powder under the heavenly flame and scattered within the cauldron. As for those green-green liquid within the vine, it also slowly flowed within it. It looked as though it was about to drip, but it ultimately remained attached to the surface of the vine, waiting for the heavenly flame to refine it a step further. Xiao Yan's heart was extremely calm and natural when he saw this. He knew that the closer it was to such a moment, the more he could not be anxious in his heart. Slow work leads to fine work. These words were most appropriate at this moment. While this side was refining the rattan branch, some of the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were also gradually defeated at this moment. The originally green medicinal ingredients gradually turned yellow under the refinement of the heavenly flame. Soon after, the essence of the various medicinal ingredients gradually appeared. At this moment, MOD also noticed the changes within Xiao Yan's cauldron. Immediately, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Under the current circumstances, any slight change in the pace of the refinement process would affect the direction of the needle for the final victory. If one was not careful, one would miss a good opportunity. However, when he saw that Xiao Yan had already begun to refine the medicinal ingredients, while he was still bitterly waiting here, MOD could not help but feel anxious in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but envy the benefits of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. The frightening power of the heavenly flame allowed Xiao Yan to refine such high-grade medicinal ingredients at an even faster pace. A heavenly flame was really something that people envied. At this moment, Guli was watching the situation in the arena from the judges' seats. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. In this kind of competition between high-tier alchemists, regardless of which aspect was superior, it would change the final outcome. The current situation was naturally the outcome that Guli was most willing to see. However, at this moment, while Xiao Yan was slowly refining the medicinal ingredients, the situation within MOD's cauldron suddenly changed. This caused the gazes of everyone present to involuntarily look over. They saw MOD, who was refining the medicinal ingredients, directly stand up. His palm violently smashed against the bottom of the cauldron in front of him. After which, he suddenly exerted his strength and forcefully lifted the cauldron. This also immediately attracted the gazes of everyone present. Humph humph. Yan Xiao, you have your Zhongliang plan, and I have my ladder. This old man does not have your heavenly flame, but I wonder if you can do this old man's move. With a stern cry, MOD's hand, which was holding the cauldron, suddenly shook. This caused the cauldron to pause in midair. Immediately, just as the cauldron was about to fall, Missouri's body suddenly circled around on the spot. After which, he heavily kicked the bottom of the cauldron. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound. The cauldron in front of MOD suddenly flew into the air. Immediately, he swung his large hand violently. A long flame whip was instantly formed and violently smashed towards the cauldron. Chapter 210. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, MOD waved his hand and a long pitch-black flame whip immediately formed. With a thought, he viciously swung it at the medicinal cauldron hovering in the sky. However, the expected explosion did not occur. The pitch-black flame completely covered the medicinal cauldron the instant it made contact with it, refining both the inner and outer layers at the same time. On the stone platform, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw MOD's move. From the moment MOD made his move, he could clearly sense that MOD's spiritual strength had suddenly increased by a large margin. It was also because of this that MOD had the guts to make such a bold move. Although the strength was disappearing as MOD wantonly displayed it, Xiao Yan increasingly felt that something was amiss. Could it be that this fellow was hiding his strength? However, from the rapidly dissipating spiritual strength, it did not seem like MOD was hiding his strength. Instead, it seemed to be some kind of temporary strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's frown deepened. Could it be that there was some kind of secret technique in the Yuanwu continent that could temporarily increase one's spiritual strength? Compared to Xiao Yan's doubts, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were seated in the judges' seats, were currently staring at MOD with gloomy expressions. The two of them could not wait to strike and kill him. Blood spirit pill. That bastard. At this very moment, even Elder Xian, who was hidden in the crowd, could not help but curse out loud. It was obvious that he hated MOD's actions to the core. The young man beside him merely sneered. He used the jade fan in his hand to press down on Elder Xian, who was itching to immediately stand up and attack. His indifferent voice rang out once again. There is no need to be anxious. After seeing such a method, there should be someone even more anxious than us. There will naturally be someone who will deal with this foolish old man. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian angrily snorted and once again sat down. His sinister gaze could not be bothered to look at MOD. Instead, it turned towards Xiao Yan. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin were exactly as the young man had said. While Elder Xian was anxious, their hearts were filled with anger. The method that MOD was currently using was strictly forbidden by the Pill Tower. With the aid of the medicinal pill's power, one's soul strength could be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Although doing this might be able to play a role in turning the tide at the critical moment of refining the medicinal pill, the refining method of this medicinal pill was something that all alchemists would abandon. That was to transform living beings into pills. If one were to use Xiao Yan's method of refining a person's soul, it could be considered as a direct obliteration. This method was still barely acceptable. However, if one were to use the method that MOD was using, it was an even more cruel method. Transforming life into a pill required one to use a complete human's flesh and blood as an embryonic pill. One's soul was used as a catalyst to refine the body and condense it into a medicinal pill. After which, one's soul would be sealed within. This method would cause one's soul to gradually die in an extremely slow process. The pain involved would be even more unimaginable. Some of these medicinal pills might not necessarily be consumed by others until the moment the soul within them was tempered to the point it completely dissipated. Thus, the degree of cruelty of these medicinal pills simply made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, not only was the refinement method of this kind of medicinal pill extremely cruel, it would also not bring any benefits to the person who consumed it. On the contrary, it would plant a trace of resentment in the depths of the person's soul. On the continent, there was no lack of people who had gone crazy after consuming too many of these medicinal pills. The fates of these people were usually not good. It was also because of this that the Pill Tower had strictly forbidden such medicinal pills. If anyone was discovered to be refining one, the Pill Tower's experts would immediately be dispatched to forcefully kill them. The Blood Spirit Pill was one of the names for the Transforming Life Pill. It referred to the fact that this medicinal pill specialized in increasing one's spiritual strength. The other name was the Blood Spirit Pill. It specialized in increasing one's Do Qi or Genesis Qi. Although the names were different, their methods were similarly extremely cruel. At this very moment, the powerful aura from MOD's body swiftly faded. The ghoulie duo could only watch as MOD swallowed the medicinal pill, but there was nothing they could do. After all, MOD's aura had already completely disappeared. Even if the two of them attacked, they would not be able to take MOD down. There were not many people present who recognized an extremely cruel item like the blood spirit pill. If they attacked, the other party would definitely retaliate. Thus, at that moment, Ghoulie could only watch as MOD continued in this manner. The corners of MOD's mouth curled into an icy smile when he saw the gloomy yet helpless expressions of the ghoulie duo. With a wave of his hand, the surging black flames swiftly scattered. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldron were similar to the ones in Xiao Yan's cauldron. It was time to refine them. Xiao Yan paid no attention to this. He did not know what had happened to MOD, but he knew that it was time to refine the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron. As MOD returned the cauldron to its original position, the lively atmosphere returned to normal. However, the scene in the duo's cauldrons was completely different. Various medicinal ingredients were gradually being refined under the intense fire. The useless parts had already been removed from the outermost layer, turning into powder that scattered at the bottom of the cauldron. As these medicinal ingredients were slowly refined, some medicinal essence in the form of powder, liquid droplets, or viscous substances were gradually extracted from these medicinal ingredients. Medicinal herbs that were originally the size of a palm or as thick as an arm, after being refined, the remaining essence was not even 1/10 of the initial essence. This also reflected the preciousness of these medicinal ingredients. Another day passed unknowingly. Although the most difficult period of refining had passed, in order to refine medicinal essence that was sufficiently pure, the portions that had been extracted still had to be refined a second time by the flames. This process was like a sieve that continuously filtered out the impurities in the medicinal ingredients. Only in this way could an alchemist ensure that the medicinal pills refined in the end were of good quality. This was a proof of an alchemist's ability. Although the continuous refining for a few days was extremely boring, the audience did not disperse. Instead, most of them stayed behind to observe. Although these audience members were not alchemists, they were still able to learn something from it. After all, regardless of whether they could understand the pill refinement skills of Xiao Yan and MOD, both of them were genuine Bandi experts. Even a small trick of theirs was an unimaginable existence in the eyes of these Do Zun and Do Xing. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the Xiao Yan duo had begun refining pills. During this period of time, Xiao Yan and MOD opposite him had been paying full attention to the changes in the cauldron until these medicinal ingredients were refined to a sufficiently pure state. After a week, the 100 medicinal ingredients in Xiao Yan's cauldron had already disappeared. At this moment, all that could be seen were some colorful liquids or powders. Xiao Yan's tense heart finally relaxed when he saw the final drop of dragon saliva in the cauldron being refined. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan waved his hand the moment the last drop of dragon saliva was completely refined. The lid of the 1,000-beast cauldron emitted a bang sound as it opened. Numerous rays of light that were wrapped by heavenly flames immediately flew out. Under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, they were placed into many jade bottles. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He glanced at MOD, who was preparing to refine medicinal ingredients from the cauldron. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Next, it is time to fuse the pills and refine the medicine. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He ceased hesitating and widened his mouth. A large cluster of heavenly flames immediately spat out. They instantly surged into the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. The fierce heavenly flames once again burned. Chapter 2:11. Within the scarlet 1,000-beast cauldron, the raging heavenly flame rose once again. The terrifying temperature caused the space around Xiao Yan to violently distort even though they were separated by the cauldron. As he felt the temperature within the cauldron, a grave expression gradually surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. The next step of fusing the pills would not be as easy as the previous steps. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan slowly suppressed the anxiety in his heart. After all, this was the first time he was refining an emperor-grade elixir. Xiao Yan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. After calming himself down, Xiao Yan carefully recalled the refining process in his mind. He tried his best to gain sufficient confidence before he actually started. Over 400 refining ingredients flashed across Xiao Yan's mind one by one. Xiao Yan followed the order in the pill formula and categorized the ingredients one by one. He carefully observed every detail of the refining process, including the changes in the flame during the refining process, the control of the temperature, the speed at which the ingredients were fused, the time for fusing, the medicinal properties of the elixir, and so on. After Xiao Yan went through all these contents in his mind a couple of times and confirmed that he could accurately control them, he suddenly acted. His palm slammed on the medicinal cauldron. Following a banged sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron opened. Immediately after, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve and the heavenly flame suddenly swept out. It wrapped around the medicinal ingredients in the jade bottles and turned them into gorgeous balls of light that floated in front of Xiao Yan. Using his powerful spiritual strength to control the temperature within the cauldron, Xiao Yan moved his finger and a ball of light quickly flew over and stopped in front of Xiao Yan. Jade Poria ointment and then dragon saliva, come. As he muttered, another ball of light flew over. Xiao Yan smiled and gently waved his hand. 2 balls of light were instantly thrown into the cauldron by Xiao Yan. The refining of the Emperor Trial Elixir required the mixing of various medicinal ingredients. 2 or more medicinal ingredients were needed to prevent some of the medicinal ingredients from exploding due to the conflicting medicinal properties. This was not difficult for Xiao Yan. As long as he could accurately control the medicinal properties of these medicinal ingredients and ensure that they did not clash and the medicinal properties were not overly depleted, he could basically guarantee that there would not be any problems in the later stages of the refining process. As Xiao Yan's finger continued to move, streaks of light flew into the cauldron in an orderly manner as if they were performing acrobatics. Xiao Yan thought. At the judges' seats, Guli watched Xiao Yan's refining process go so smoothly. However, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. At this moment, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would immediately become useless if there was even the slightest mistake. On the other side, MOD had also begun to refine the pill. Compared to the Emperor Trial Elixir, the refinement of his pill was much simpler. Therefore, his pill refining speed was much faster than Xiao Yan's. After the various medicinal ingredients in the Thousand Beast Cauldron were fused, they had all turned into balls of various colored viscous liquid. At this moment, these liquids contained waves of terrifying wild energy. If it was not for the fact that the various medicinal ingredients were harmonizing with each other, it was likely that they would have exploded the moment they were fused. After all the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron had been harmonized to an equilibrium point, the next step was to fuse these medicinal ingredients again. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal properties would gradually fuse and turn into an embryonic pill. Finally, when the medicinal properties of the embryonic pill had completely fused into one, the Emperor Trial Elixir would be considered a success. What Xiao Yan had to face next was the most difficult stage in the entire refining process of the Emperor Trial Elixir. This was because whether it was the medicinal properties of the medicinal ingredients, the stability of the energy after the fusion, or the changes in the heavenly flame, it was very likely that all of these factors would cause the final outcome to fail. Once that happened, Xiao Yan would have to start all over again. Xiao Yan was not anxious. He first put aside the most important part of the entire pill refining process, the viscous ointment. This ointment was the first batch of medicinal ingredients to be fused. It was the product of the fusion of the dragon saliva liquid and the jade poria ointment. These two ingredients could be considered as the two most important medicinal ingredients in the entire Emperor Tribulation pill. It could be said that if the pill lacked these two ingredients, even if the pill could be refined in the end, it would be no different from a useless pill. Xiao Yan's actions were not based on the Emperor Trial Elixir formula. Instead, he made this choice based on his many years of experience in refining pills. Xiao Yan's actions also caused some of the slightly knowledgeable half-emperors in the viewing platform to feel puzzled. Xiao Yan's actions were completely illogical. Could it be that Yan Xiao knew that he would not be able to successfully refine the Emperor Trial Elixir, so he wanted to refine a useless pill in order to fight for the champion's position? Although Xiao Yan and MOD were both rank 2 alchemists, an Emperor-grade elixir was not as easy to refine as an ordinary elixir. Hence, even with their extraordinary skills, they did not have much confidence that they would be able to refine an Emperor-grade elixir. Hence, the thoughts in everyone's hearts were not without reason. After all, as long as MOD was unable to produce an Emperor-grade elixir, even if the pill in Xiao Yan's hand was a useless pill, it was still better than nothing. Compared to the guesses in the hearts of the half-emperors, Gu Li and Qi Lin had a deeper understanding of the situation. Based on their many years of experience, the two of them could roughly guess what Xiao Yan was thinking. The fusion of these two key medicinal ingredients could not play a role in the overall situation. Instead, it required other medicinal ingredients to fuse and balance its power. Xiao Yan's method could be considered as an opportunistic one. He avoided the more complicated process and first fused the medicinal ingredients that had gentler medicinal properties and were easier to fuse. He left the ointment for last. Although this would result in the loss of a portion of the medicinal properties in the end, causing the quality of the elixir to not be the same as before, it was the safest method. The fusion process was not simple. Xiao Yan needed to constantly control the fusion process between the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron. His control of the fire was also at an extreme level. If he was careless, the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron would instantly be annihilated. Xiao Yan could only slowly fuse the two medicinal ingredients together at a speed that was nearly undetectable by the naked eye. No matter what, the two types of energy had to be at the same equilibrium every second. There could not be the slightest change. Time slowly flowed by. Xiao Yan's forehead was already filled with densely packed perspiration. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still did not move. At this moment, he needed to place all of his attention on the medicinal pill that was slowly merging in front of him. Everything in the outside world had been cut off by him. Clang! As the two types of energy gradually converged under Xiao Yan's control, a purple energy ripple spread from the cauldron with a bang. This was not the result of a failed fusion. Instead, it was because the energy within the two medicinal ingredients was too powerful. Xiao Yan was unable to suppress the two similarly wild and violent energies in time during the fusion, resulting in this result. Although it was not considered a big deal, just this alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to nearly make a mistake. As his finger trembled slightly, another terrifying energy ripple swept out from within the medicinal cauldron. It violently smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The enormous cauldron also involuntarily trembled slightly. Clang! Another wave of wild and violent energy swept out. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became increasingly ugly. Following the collision of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron also suddenly became somewhat uncontrollable. The wild and violent energy that had been suppressed with great difficulty actually showed signs of recovery. Before Xiao Yan could act to suppress it, another cluster of purple-brown medicinal paste appeared. After a series of intense vibrations, a wave of frightening energy ripples suddenly swept out. Clang! Clang! Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Following the riot of these two types of energy, the other medicinal ingredients in the cauldron, which had been merged with great difficulty, also suddenly rebelled at this moment. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples continuously smashed against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. The sound that was emitted was just like the sound of a bell being rapidly struck. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan also understood that this set of medicinal ingredients to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill was likely to be knocked off. The only solution left was to refine another set of medicinal ingredients. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan gently waved his hand. A heavenly flame suddenly rose and instantly incinerated those rebelling medicinal ingredients. Chapter 212. While Xiao Yan was preparing to reopen the cauldron, good news came from MOD's side. Of course, this good news was only for MOD. To Guli and the others, it was akin to a vicious slap. Their old faces were burning with pain. MOD was seated in front of the medicinal cauldron on the stone platform. His shriveled hand was pressed tightly against the medicinal cauldron in front of him. His spiritual strength was frantically pouring into the medicinal cauldron in front of him like raging waves. Under the continuous refinement of the black flames, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron had all turned into balls of viscous liquid. At this moment, these balls of liquid, which were filled with wild and violent energy, were slowly fusing together under MOD's full control. This was the first step of pill fusion. It was also an extremely crucial step. Within the medicinal cauldron, the two balls of viscous liquid changed shape under the control of MOD's spiritual strength. Finally, they formed two all-like objects. The pitch-black flames formed a barrier between the two, while the two alls slowly connected at the two ends of the barrier. During this process, MOD poured all of his spiritual strength into the first step of the fusion. No mistakes could be allowed during this first step of fusion. He needed to maintain an all-out state at all times. Buzz, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the tips of the two alls gently touched the pitch-black flames. The scorching heat of the flames caused the energy within the two medicinal ointments to tremble. Fortunately, nothing like Xiao Yan's accident happened. Upon seeing this scene, Guli could not help but frown. In his heart, he was furious that nothing had happened to MOD. He exchanged a look with Qi Lin, who was beside him. Subsequently, he no longer had the mood to look at MOD. In the blink of an eye, his gaze once again turned towards Xiao Yan's side. At this moment, Xiao Yan was not discouraged by his previous mistake. After all, it was his first attempt. It was merely a failure. As long as he maintained his confidence, it was not impossible for him to succeed. Although it was not easy to refine an emperor-grade medicinal pill, as long as he gradually familiarized himself with the refinement method and controlled the energy that erupted from the medicinal ingredients, it would not be too difficult to refine one. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his hand. With a poof, a golden light as bright as the sun suddenly appeared above the void square. This time, Xiao Yan did not choose to use the fused heavenly flame. Instead, he chose to use the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, which was known for its terrifying temperature. Its temperature was enough to cut the initial refining time of the medicinal ingredients in half. Of course, Xiao Yan's extreme output of Do Qi was also necessary. The instant the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame appeared, the temperature of the entire void square abruptly rose. Everyone's expressions involuntarily changed at this moment. Even those 6- and 7-star half-emperors involuntarily revealed grave expressions on their faces. Those people whose strength had yet to reach the Band D level were perspiring profusely at this moment. Their faces were flushed red and the Do Qi within their bodies swiftly began to evaporate like boiling water. It must be said that the terror of a heavenly flame was really unimaginable. This was merely a seed flame. If the true Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame was present, just how frightening would it be? This is, the Gold Emperor incinerating heavenly flame, ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. At this moment, even Gu Li and Elder Xian in the judges' seats had shocked expressions on their faces. Ranked 4th on the heavenly flame ranking. Just this ranking alone was already something that they had difficulty imagining. However, the thing that caused them to be even more surprised was that such a frightening heavenly flame was actually in Xiao Yan's hands. Of course, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell that this was only a seed flame. However, it was precisely because of this that their hearts felt even more shocked. On the viewing gallery, the young man holding the jade fan in his hand and the stunned elder Xian by the side also threw their gazes of disbelief towards Xiao Yan. At this moment, even with their experience, it was difficult for them to imagine that Xiao Yan actually possessed such a frightening heavenly flame. Gold Emperor Incinerating Heavenly Flame. TSK, Yan Xiao, you are really not an ordinary person. However, this has also aroused my curiosity. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he sensed the situation in the arena. He waved his large hand and threw the Gold Emperor Incinerating Heavenly Flame into the 10,000 beast cauldron in front of him. At the same time, the hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. Following the swift exhaustion of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body, a frightening temperature immediately rose within the medicinal cauldron. This time around, under the frightening refinement of Xiao Yan's Gold Emperor Incinerating Heavenly Flame and the extreme exhaustion of his Do Qi, the refinement process within the medicinal cauldron was clearly much faster than the previous time. In merely half a day, the medicinal ingredients within had become a withered yellow. It was likely that these medicinal ingredients would be able to be refined soon. At this moment, MOD's medicinal cauldron was already halfway through the pill fusion process. However, at this moment, MOD's spiritual strength had gradually begun to weaken. The large exhaustion over a long period of time, in addition to the effects of the blood-soul pill on his spiritual essence, caused the expression on MOD's face to become increasingly solemn. However, the pill fusion process had already reached the final stage. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, he would be able to slowly progress in the future. However, in order to compete with Xiao Yan, he had been rapidly exhausting his spiritual strength during these few days in order to ensure that his medicinal pill would not fail. Hence, the current MOD's spiritual strength was even weaker than before. Bastard! Why does it have to be at this moment? As the medicinal pills within the medicinal cauldron gradually merged, the embryonic pill was already within reach. As long as MOD was able to endure this stage, he was confident that he would be able to win the championship. Although he was determined in his heart, the gradual exhaustion of the spiritual strength within his body told MOD that if he continued to endure at such a high rate of exhaustion, it was likely that he would have no fate with the pill even if he was able to see the embryonic pill. MOD's bright red eyes swept over the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. When he saw the fiercely burning heavenly flame within it, MOD's heart became extremely furious. In the next moment, MOD's spiritual strength suddenly soared once again as his throat rolled. Powerful spiritual strength transformed into a spiritual storm around MOD's body that violently smashed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, the powerful spiritual strength also controlled the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of him. The D-tier embryonic pill was about to be born. In the judges' seats, Guli sensed the aura from MOD's body. His expression once again became gloomy. This MOD was really daring. Once was enough for him to use such a despicable move. However, he never expected that this fellow would actually swallow the blood-soul pill again. Such actions really caused one to be unable to help but be furious. MOD. You have openly swallowed the blood-soul pill in front of everyone. You have violated the rules of the pill tower. Today, the old me will represent the pill tower to execute the order to kill you. Guli was ultimately unable to suppress the fury in his chest after this stern cry. He stood up and stared at MOD with ice-cold eyes. His mouth also cried out furiously. His body moved and he attempted to capture MOD. Ha 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 ha. MOD laughed out loud when he heard this. He suddenly waved his large sleeve and a majestic spiritual strength spread. His mouth similarly opened and cried out in a cold voice. Chairman Guli, no matter how much you hate the old me to the core, there is no need to use such a method to frame the old me. Why would the old me use such an evil thing like the blood soul pill? Don't forget that the old me is also a subordinate of the pill tower. Why would the old me violate the rules of the pill tower? You are only doing this for the sake of this chief alchemist of yours, Yen Shao. This stern cry caused Gu Li's fury to soar to the sky. This MOD had actually distorted the truth in front of everyone. He really deserved to be punished. However, just as Gu Li was about to attack, old demon whose figure once again stood in the air and blocked Gu Li's path. Haha, Chairman Gu Li, MOD is right. After all, he is also a subordinate of the pill tower like you. Why would he do such a disgraceful thing? The pill tower is the #1 faction on the continent. Its rules are not something that we dare to touch. Hence, Chairman Gu Li should not unreasonably slander others. This scene in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to change. This was especially the case when they heard about the blood soul pill. A shocked expression immediately flashed across their faces. That kind of thing was something that even ordinary people like them would be terrified of. Although they still had some doubts in their hearts when they heard the words of MOD and old demon who, these people still helplessly frowned. After all, even if what Gu Li said was the truth, they did not have any evidence. Their strength was also inferior to the other party. How would they be able to capture MOD? At this moment, Gu Li's face was trembling from anger. His heart also understood the current situation. Although he was incomparably furious, there was nothing he could do because of old demon who in front of him. All he could do was viciously reprimand. Old demon who? You have repeatedly obstructed the matters of my alchemist association. Don't tell me that you want to openly become enemies with my alchemist association. Old demon who merely smiled faintly in response to this. He gently shook his head and raised his eyes to smile as he looked at Gu Li. His shriveled finger pointed at Gu Li as he coldly laughed. The old me does not want to become enemies with the Alchemist Association. However, the old me has no choice but to interfere with you. The one whom the old me is obstructing today is not the Alchemist Association. Instead, it is you, Gu Li. You. If you are unconvinced, you can come and fight. The old me will definitely accompany you to the end. Gu Li's words had just sounded when old demon whose powerful voice, which was not at a disadvantage, was once again transmitted over. This caused Gu Li's entire body to tremble. Did this old fellow really think that he, Gu Li, was afraid of him? However, just as old demon who was staring at Gu Li with a cold smile, Qi Lin, who was beside Gu Li, hurriedly pulled him back. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Gu Li, Association Head. Don't forget that the most important thing now is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Don't fall for this old fellow's trick and lose the bigger picture for a small gain. Qi Lin's words woke Gu Li up from his daze. Gu Li also swiftly recovered. His gaze hurriedly looked towards Xiao Yan's side and involuntarily frowned. Xiao Yan's side was not as calm as he had imagined. Chapter 213. On the other side, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned icy cold in the face of MOD's spiritual attack. This MOD was really unscrupulous in order to achieve his goal. Blood soul pill ha. Humph, your training does not follow the proper path. Since you have made the first move, you can't blame anyone else. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He used all his strength to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron while he extended a hand on the other. The Do Qi within the vortex within his body suddenly surged out and swiftly gathered on his palm, wrapping his entire hand within it. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he suddenly let out an explosive cry. At the same time, his hand also violently smashed towards the spiritual storm that was heading towards him. God Seal Skill, Open Mountain Seal. Sea Flipping Seal. Land Overturning Seal. Sky Burying Seal. 5 seals combined. Ancient God Seal. The color of the sky changed when the palm was thrown forward. An explosive cry caused everyone present to be shaken at this moment. In the next moment, a resplendent golden ancient seal that was filled with an unparalleled pressure violently smashed onto the invisible spiritual storm after the cry sounded. Bang! A frightening explosion that shook one's eardrums was suddenly emitted from the empty space. That incomparably powerful spiritual storm was actually forcefully blocked by that palm. After which, a clear cracking sound was emitted from the spiritual storm in front of the stunned eyes of tens of thousands of people. Bang! In the next instant, the giant golden palm, which was like a scorching sun, instantly crushed the spiritual storm in an extremely brutal manner. It was as if the spiritual storm was easily destroyed. Before MOD could react, the ancient god seal had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosive sounds rang out. The entire space was suddenly enveloped by a wave of grayish-black smoke. The smoke was filled with a faint pill fragrance. However, most of it was the smell of smoke and fire after the medicinal ingredients were burned. In an instant, everyone understood the reason for these 2 explosions. The first explosion was caused by the ancient god seal striking MOD's medicinal cauldron. The god seal skill was originally an earth-class Do technique. However, once mastered, it was comparable to a Tian-class Do technique. Now that it was used by Xiao Yan, it was not inferior to some Tian-class high-level Do techniques. Under his full strength, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron would naturally have difficulty escaping. Hence, the second explosion was caused by MOD's arrogance. He thought that he would be able to easily deal with Xiao Yan with the help of his spiritual strength. However, he forgot that Xiao Yan's strength far surpassed him. To defeat Xiao Yan's ancient god seal. As the smoke dispersed, everyone looked over and could not help but laugh out loud. They pointed at MOD, who was in a sorry state like a beggar. Every one of them had a mocking expression on their faces. Only Old Monster who revealed a trace of resentment in his eyes when he looked over. What a trash! At this moment, MOD's alchemist robe, which he usually wore, had been completely torn into pieces. His entire body was charred black, and his originally skinny old face was so black that it looked like he had crawled into a hole in a brick bed. Most of his grayish-white hair had also been blown away by the 2 explosions. Now, MOD was completely bald. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that he was bald. From the looks of it, MOD had also endured quite a lot of the might of the ancient god seal. Otherwise, he would not be in such a miserable state. After the cauldron explosion, MOD's heart was currently extremely furious. Originally, he had wanted to use his spiritual strength to destroy the medicinal ingredients within Xiao Yan's cauldron and prevent him from refining the Emperor Tribulation pill. Now, it was his own D-tier embryonic pill that had been destroyed. How could he not be furious? Bastard! Yan Xiao, you actually dare to publicly destroy the D-tier embryonic pill within my medicinal cauldron. You are violating the rules of alchemy. Xiao Yan coldly faced MOD's furious rebuke. His gaze swept across the entire place before landing on MOD. He opened his mouth and sneered. What's wrong, Great Master MOD? Have you forgotten that you were the one who attacked first? You were the one who violated the rules first. I merely blocked your attack. Who would have thought that your strength was so weak that you couldn't even block one of my attacks? As for the explosion of your medicinal pill furnace, you reap what you sow. I didn't expect that you couldn't even block one of my attacks. I think your strength of a 3-star half-step martial emperor must have been accumulated with medicinal pills. Yan Xiao. You are twisting words and forcing logic. MOD was powerless to retaliate against Xiao Yan's words. He could only brace himself and continue to curse. After his words sounded, Guli let out a cold snort and sneered. Humph. MOD, you say that Yen Xiao is twisting words and forcing logic. Do you think that the tens of thousands of spectators are blind? In my opinion, you are the one who is twisting words and forcing logic. Earlier, everyone saw with their own eyes that you attacked first. I can use my position as the chairman to strip you of your qualifications to participate in the competition. Haha, Guli, in my opinion, let's just forget about it. After all, Yen Xiao has also attacked. Moreover, MOD's embryonic pill has been destroyed while Yen Xiao's medicinal cauldron has all the medicinal ingredients. Let's just treat this as an accident and let the two of them continue to refine pills. Moreover, old demon who also frowned slightly as he looked at Guli. Clearly, he was also a little worried after hearing Guli's words. This time around, MOD was really seeking his own death. If he was not present, it was likely that Guli would have already attacked. However, before old monster who could finish speaking, Guli directly waved his big sleeve and interrupted him. He also coldly cried out and said, "Old monster who, don't be so arrogant. Old monster who, I have always tolerated you because you are an 8-star half-emperor. However, you are taking advantage of my face. Since you insist on becoming enemies with my alchemist association, I will accompany you." After his words sounded, Guli and Qilin's bodies suddenly moved and blocked in front of old monster who. At the same time, Guli once again coldly cried out. "Humph. You want to protect MOD. Let's see how you are going to protect him. Qilin, I will stop him. You go and capture that traitor." With a stern cry, Guli was the first to ruthlessly attack old monster who with his palm. Although old monster who had already reached the advanced 8-star half-emperor realm, he was unable to free himself from Guli's all-out suppression. Otherwise, if he was injured by Guli, even he would be severely injured. Therefore, although old monster who wanted to, he could only watch as Qilin went forward to capture MOD. Bastard! MOD! That old fellow, you can only rely on yourself. MOD looked at Qilin who was flying towards him with a solemn expression on his dark face. Suddenly, MOD sneered and glanced at old monster who was being held back by Guli. He snorted and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, old monster who is being held back by Guli. Humph. Good, I am really good at dealing with you alone." At the same time, Qilin had already arrived in front of MOD. When he saw that MOD was not afraid at all and had no intention of retreating, Qilin could not help but feel puzzled. MOD. Surrender now. Since he was already in front of MOD, Qilin could not care about anything else. He stretched out his large hand and was about to grab MOD. However, at this moment, the calm space in front of MOD suddenly distorted. Subsequently, a shriveled white hand collided with Qilin's hand. Qilin's expression suddenly changed drastically when he saw the shriveled white hand. He was extremely shocked by the appearance of this person. He did not expect MOD to be able to invite him over. Yan Bing. Chapter 214. Boom. With a loud explosion, Wei Ran, who was wearing an icy blue robe, stood proudly in front of MOD without moving. As for Qilin, who was in front of him, after a slight tremble, he involuntarily took half a step back. This clearly showed the difference in strength between the two of them. After coming back to his senses, Qilin looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with an astonished expression. He truly did not expect MOD to be able to invite him to be his protector. Exactly what benefits did MOD give them? Elder Yan Bing, I truly did not expect a Grand Elder of the Sea Cloud Palace to be the protector of such a despicable person like MOD. Don't you feel that you've lost face? Qilin's words did not cause the slightest change in the other party's expression. The figure standing in the air also did not move in the slightest. It was as if Qilin's words were not directed at him. Similarly, an icy blue pair of cold eyes slowly swept across the entire place. In the end, the old man called Yan Bing's icy cold gaze landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their gazes met. His icy cold eyes, which did not contain the slightest bit of emotion, were like a cold sharp sword that directly pierced into Xiao Yan's eyes. It caused Xiao Yan's eyes to involuntarily feel a slight piercing pain. However, immediately after, surging heavenly flames instantly surged forth and burned away that sensation. Seeing this, a hint of astonishment flashed through the old man's eyes. In his heart, he could not help but sigh at how frightening the heavenly flames were. After exchanging a few glances with Xiao Yan, the old man finally shifted his gaze away. As for Xiao Yan, his expression was grave. This old man's strength had already reached the peak of the late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor realm. He was only a step away from the 9-star half-martial emperor realm. Compared to old Friku, he could be said to be more than just a little bit stronger. However, what made Xiao Yan feel strange was that he actually saw an extremely clear killing intent from the old man's eyes. However, logically speaking, Xiao Yan and the old man had never met before. They did not even know each other. How could he see the killing intent at first glance? Even if MOD was up to no good, it shouldn't be to this extent. After all, before the strength of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor, he was still too insignificant. This point could be roughly guessed from old Friku's gaze when he looked at Xiao Yan. Turning his gaze, Yan Bing glanced at old Friku, who was narrowing his eyes and looked at him. Then, his gaze landed on Guli. He did not expect Yan Bing, elder Yan Bing, elder. Guli frowned slightly. His gaze also swept past old Friku's face. He discovered the astonishment in the latter's eyes. It seemed that old Friku did not know anything about Yan Bing's appearance. When Yan Bing's name gradually spread throughout the arena, everyone's gazes immediately shifted over. When they looked at Yan Bing, all of their gazes were filled with solemnity. Even those half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also looked at the young man beside him when he heard Yan Bing's name. Even they were unable to understand why Yan Bing would help MOD. Elder Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yan Bing. The latter also sensed his gaze and turned his gaze over. After exchanging glances with Elder Xian, he only frowned slightly. Then, he turned his gaze back and did not say anything. Strange. Isn't Yan Bing usually uninterested in anything? He is extremely loyal to Sea Cloud Palace. Other than matters involving Sea Cloud Palace, he will never touch anything else. Today, he has actually intervened on MOD's behalf. This is really puzzling. Elder Xian muttered softly. He involuntarily stroked his beard as he looked at Yan Bing with a face filled with doubt. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the young man beside him. He wanted to see what the latter's opinion was. Elder Xian, did you notice earlier? This fellow seems to be quite hostile towards Yan Xiao. Oh. The young man gently knit his brows and softly spoke when he sensed the gaze that old Xian had thrown over. Old Xian's brows twitched when he heard these words. Yan Bing had just arrived at the ancient city. Moreover, this was the first time she had met Xiao Yan. Why would she feel enmity toward him? Perhaps this is the reason why he wants to help MOD. At this point, Elder Xian did not know what else to say. He could only wait and see. As long as the young man beside him did not speak, he could not be bothered to care so much. At this moment, the young man beside him opened his mouth once again. Also, did you clearly hear the words that Yan Xiao shouted earlier? Hiss, you are saying, open mountain seal, sea flipping seal, land overturning seal, sky burying seal and ancient god seal. This should be the god seal technique. When these words were spoken, even Elder Xian's expression could not help but change slightly. His throat also squirmed slightly. The god seal technique seems to belong to that clan. Don't tell me that, Yen Xiao. Before his voice sounded, the young man gently waved his hand and interrupted Elder Xian's words. He gently opened the jade fan in his hand and then closed it. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan below and softly said, "Don't be too quick to judge. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. It's not as if there are no people in this world who can obtain the Emperor Seal Art. Perhaps, he only obtained it by luck." Elder Xian gently nodded his head when he heard this. His pair of old eyes stared deeply at Xiao Yan below. A moment later, he slowly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, 4 figures were looking at each other in the empty space below. After Qi Lin frowned and glanced at Yan Bing, his body flashed and returned to Gu Li's side. Old Demon Hu, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before he coldly snorted in his heart. His body moved and similarly blocked in front of Mod. It was a long while later before Yan Bing slowly lifted his gaze. A pair of indifferent eyes stared at Gu Li opposite him. It was as if he wanted to lock the other party in the empty space. An incomparably indifferent voice was also slowly emitted from his mouth. "Gu Li, it is not up to you to tell me what to do. There is no relationship between our 2 factions. If you want to attack, I do not mind killing." The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. However, it caused Gu Li's and Qi Lin's faces to become grave. This Yan Bing was a renowned half-emperor expert. Even if the 2 of them attacked together, they did not have the confidence to defeat him. Moreover, there was also old Demon Hu was eyeing them covetously. The 2 of them did not have the slightest confidence. Based on the current situation, they could only discuss how to deal with him after the grand meeting was over. Gu Li's shriveled hands unwillingly clenched together. A frightening huge force emitted waves of creaking sounds. His face was filled with hatred as he stared at the 2 people opposite him. However, in the end, he could only helplessly withdraw his hands. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to the judges' seats. Yan Bing and Old Demon Hu also waited for Gu Li to return to his seat before their bodies slowly disappeared into the empty space. Mod also rallied himself. After swallowing a couple of medicinal pills to recover Do Qi, he prepared to once again open his cauldron to refine medicine. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan had already borrowed the advantage of the heavenly flame and was about to complete the first stage of the refinement. At this moment, Mod could only go all out and try his best to catch up to Xiao Yan's progress as quickly as possible. Chapter 215. After the previous interlude, the square in the sky gradually became lively. The main characters seemed to have suddenly changed. The majority of the people's attention had already left the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiao Yan and Mod, and were discussing the confrontation between the 4 8-star half-martial emperors. TSK, 4 8-star half-martial emperors. Such a powerful lineup actually existed in the ancient savage city at the same time. Truly frightening. Sigh, what a pity. I didn't get to see the appearance of an 8-star half-martial emperor personally taking action. Such might would definitely shock the world. That Yan Bing from earlier should be the Sea Cloud Palace's elder Yan Bing, right? Who else could it be if not him? In the entire southern region, apart from him, who else would dare to use the name Yan Bing? TSK, never would I have imagined that even an expert like that would appear for Mod. Elder Yan Bing had once personally sealed a 9-star half-martial emperor in ice. In an instant, the focus of the crowd was on Elder Yan Bing. This elder from the Sea Cloud Palace was quite famous in the southern region. At this moment, many people were bragging about Elder Yan Bing's various achievements, as if they were all done by him. On the judge's seat, Gu Li felt a wave of depression in his heart as he listened to the noisy crowd around him. Feeling helpless, he could only focus all of his attention on the 2 medicinal cauldrons in the square. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Mod were both starting from scratch. They threw hundreds of medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldrons before them, and went all out to refine the medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons. In this second refining process, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly much faster than MOD. When Xiao Yan's medicinal ingredients were almost completely refined, MOD's cauldron had only refined less than half of the medicinal ingredients. This caused MOD to feel extremely anxious in his heart. Time slowly flowed by. After another night had passed, nearly a month had passed since the two of them had begun refining the pills. The medicinal ingredients in the cauldrons of the two of them had gradually reached the stage where it was time to fuse the pills. The refinement of the Emperor Tribulation pill was ultimately much more difficult. The couple of refinements and mergers during this period of time had nearly caused the medicinal ingredients in Xiao Yan's cauldron to go to waste. For safety's sake, Xiao Yan had also slowed down his refinement and merger speed. At this point, even with Xiao Yan's soul strength, after using it for such a long period of time, Xiao Yan's consumption was enormous. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Yan had no choice but to slow down. Even Xiao Yan found it difficult to maintain a high level of concentration for a long period of time, not to mention that the most crucial step, core fusion, had yet to begin. He had to make plans for the future. On the other side, MOD had consumed a few blood-soul pills in succession under Gu Li's furious gaze. Finally, it was time for the medicinal ingredients in his cauldron to fuse. MOD had once again encountered the greatest problem. Although his spiritual strength was barely supported by the blood-soul pill, controlling the flame required more than just spiritual strength. The exhaustion of his Do-Chi was also at an extremely frightening level. At this moment, MOD had already clearly sensed that the Do-Chi in the vortex within his body was somewhat unable to endure. MOD forcefully calmed himself as he used all his strength to control the medicinal pill that had already begun to fuse. A determination rose within his heart. No matter what, he must obtain the champion spot in this competition. MOD did not hesitate. He continued to pour out what little Do-Chi remained in his body, using all his strength to support the fusion of the medicinal pills in the cauldron. Xiao Yan was also preparing to fuse the medicinal paste after separating and fusing them. At this moment, Xiao Yan was much more stable than Xiao Yan. Although his spiritual strength was inferior to MOD's, he had the advantage in the strength of his heavenly flame. Adding the accumulation of Do-Chi, it was sufficient to support Xiao Yan until the end. At the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning. From the looks of the situation, Xiao Yan did indeed have the upper hand. Although the fusion speed was a little slower, he had the advantage in terms of endurance. On the other hand, MOD's eyes were bright red and his face was pale. It looked as though he would fail to fuse the pill due to his insufficient Do-Chi at any moment. However, based on Gu Li and Qi Lin's understanding of MOD, they knew that he would definitely not do such a foolish thing. Instead of watching him fail, it was better to start from the beginning. At the very least, he would still have a chance. At this moment, however, he had completely let go of the Do-Chi in his body. This was clearly not MOD's style. He definitely had other plans. At this moment, the situation in the arena was far from as simple as it appeared. Time slowly passed. Everyone in the arena involuntarily began to whisper to each other when they saw MOD's weak appearance. From the looks of it, MOD was definitely going to lose. From the looks of it, this old man MOD's Do-Chi is running out. The medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron has yet to take shape and he is already on the verge of collapsing. The strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor is too exaggerated. That's right. Look at Senior Yen Xiao. He is also a 3-star half-martial emperor and has also opened his cauldron for the second time. Until now, Senior Yen Xiao still has an indifferent appearance. However, this old man is already in such a state. Those who do not know would think that he did not eat breakfast before heading out. Ha 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 ha, MOD's complexion alternated between green and white as he listened to the mocking voices that were transmitted from around him. He clenched his teeth in hatred and tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. He focused all his attention on controlling the medicinal pill in his medicinal cauldron. Soon, another Emperor-tier embryonic pill would be born. On Xiaoyan's side, the final fusion process in the Thousand Beast Cauldron was also slowly progressing under Xiaoyan's full strength. Waves of energy gradually merged together under the suppression of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. The absolute suppression of spiritual strength allowed these medicinal ingredients to be completely stabilized at an equilibrium point. The result of this was an extreme consumption of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. A long while later, a faint strange fragrance was suddenly emitted from the empty square. This fragrance caused everyone's mind to be shaken at this moment. Even the auras of some of the cultivators, who were on the verge of a breakthrough, which had not fluctuated, began to throb at this moment. It was as though they were about to make a breakthrough. As for those half-martial emperors in the square, their faces were filled with joy at this moment. Was it not for the sake of personally witnessing this moment? This strange fragrance was the fragrance of a pill. This is a pill fragrance. MOD's medicinal pill has already turned into an Emperor-tier embryonic pill. It's an Emperor-tier embryonic pill. An Emperor-tier embryonic pill has been born. Once the embryonic pill is formed, the pill formation will not be far away. The atmosphere in the square immediately heated up when they heard that the embryonic pill had been born. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it meant that they would be able to personally witness the legendary Emperor-tier medicinal pill. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill. What kind of mysterious existence was that? Today, these ordinary experts would finally have the opportunity to see its true appearance. However, it was also after the Emperor-tier embryonic pill was formed that the do-qi within MOD's body was completely exhausted. If this continued, it was likely that this Emperor-tier embryonic pill would have difficulty forming. Damn it. It just had to be at such a time, humph. Looks like I can only pay a price first, hee hee hee. Yen Xiao, in the future, the old me will definitely find you and make you pay 10,000 times for everything that you have done for me. MOD violently bit the tip of his tongue after his voice sounded. Immediately, a few drops of bright red essence blood flew out and directly entered the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD. Chapter 216. With the addition of the few drops of the half-emperor essence blood, the black flame within the medicinal cauldron immediately rose fiercely. Following the extreme exhaustion of MOD's spiritual strength, the situation within the medicinal cauldron had also completely stabilized. At this moment, MOD was already extremely weak. His tanned old face was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was no trace of blood on his skin and bones. A pair of crimson old eyes were protruding out of their sockets, causing one to feel incomparably terrified at a glance. Guli, who was seated in the judges' seats, had a grave expression as he looked at the two people below. His heart was filled with worry. Qi Lin, who was seated beside Guli, was also frowning as he looked at MOD below. When he sensed that the medicinal energy within the medicinal cauldron was becoming increasingly dense and solid, Qi Lin felt a little uneasy in his heart. After all, before the medicinal pill within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron was successfully formed into an embryonic pill, the situation would tip in MOD's favor. The allure of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill was simply too frightening. Now that MOD's Emperor-tier pill had been formed, it was only a step away from becoming a true Emperor-tier medicinal pill. As long as MOD could forcefully endure this obstacle, the Emperor-tier embryonic pill within his medicinal cauldron would definitely become a true Emperor-tier medicinal pill. However, when one looked at Xiaoyan again, even though the situation within the Thousand Beast Cauldron in front of him appeared to be stable, there was still quite a significant danger under this stability. Following this, Xiaoyan needed to completely suppress the energy within the medicinal paste during the pill merging process. After which, he would gradually merge the medicinal paste. This process not only required a strong spiritual strength and abundant do-qi, but it also required an even longer period of time. From Xiaoyan's point of view, this was not just a test or two. It was a medicinal paste that was formed from the merger of hundreds of medicinal ingredients. The process of merging them again would be even more difficult. If he succeeded, the embryonic pill would reappear and it would be difficult to determine the victor. If he failed, the embryonic pill would be destroyed and MOD would emerge victorious, while his alchemist association would have to surrender to someone else. This competition was truly a huge gamble. At this moment, the situation that Xiao Yan was facing was similar to what Guli had predicted. The medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was still fusing at an extremely slow speed. During this process, he needed to suppress the various energies within the medicinal pill to a certain equilibrium point. As for how long he had to suppress them, it completely depended on the speed at which the medicinal pill was fusing. It must be said that this process was truly a long one. Activating all the senses within his body to their peak for a long period of time caused Xiao Yan's body's exhaustion to reach an extremely frightening level as he continued refining. In short, Xiao Yan's exhaustion at this moment was even more terrifying than Mo's. At this moment, MOD's on MOD's body, Mo's, MO, and MO. The young man had also observed the changes within Xiao Yan's body. When he looked at the medicinal pill within Xiao Yan's cauldron, he realized that the two were completely disproportionate. For Xiao Yan, who had never refined an Emperor-tier medicinal pill before, in order to successfully condense an Emperor-tier embryonic pill, he had really used all his strength. However, he did not know what the outcome would be. Young master, in your opinion, what do you think will be the outcome of this competition? Elder Xian narrowed his old eyes as he looked at Xiao Yan below. Then, he glanced at the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD before he took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to the young man beside him. Upon hearing this, the young man could not help but frown slightly. To be honest, he was not an alchemist and did not have a deep understanding of alchemy. Hence, he did not understand the current situation. However, from Xiao Yan's current situation, it was still very difficult for him to jump to a conclusion. After a long while, the young man frowned slightly as he violently closed the jade fan in his hand. The white jade fan in his hand emitted a sizzling sound. Subsequently, the young man shook his head gently as he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Sigh, this is really hard to say. It's really hard to say. MOD has indeed been famous for a long time and can be considered an old figure. Currently, the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his cauldron will definitely succeed. As for Yan Xiao, although he is a newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, his strength is extremely extraordinary. His spiritual strength is not inferior to MOD's. We really cannot jump to a conclusion when these two people fight. It is unnecessary to say anything until the end." Upon hearing this, Elder Xian raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. He turned his head to look at the young man and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since I have heard young master praise someone of the same generation like this. Given your character, there are not many people of the same generation on this continent who can make you admire them." The young man smiled. His gaze turned towards Xiao Yan below as he laughed again, sigh. Sometimes, there are some people who you have to give in to. Yan Xiao seems to have quite a number of secrets. Just based on the heavenly flame in his body, how does Elder Xian think he obtained it? That's enough. Let's continue to watch and wait patiently. The mystery will eventually be revealed one day. Perhaps at that time, we will not need to find out and he will personally tell us. The young man did not say anything more after uttering these words. Instead, he continued to look at Xiao Yan below. Old Xian also turned his eyes down after nodding slightly. What the young man had said was right. It was pointless for them to continue speaking until the end. It was better to quietly continue watching. After all, the D-tier embryonic pill had already appeared. Now, they were not far from the end. Imperceptibly, time passed once again amidst the clamor of tens of thousands of people discussing. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the alchemist grand meeting. It had also been a month since Xiao Yan had left the Ginseng spiritual tribe. During this month, the medicinal pills in Xiao Yan's and Immerse's cauldrons had simultaneously turned into D-tier embryonic pills. This was very good news for Xiao Yan. After all, as long as there was a first time, there would be a second time. This already indicated that he had the ability to refine D-tier medicinal pills. Back then, he had caused all the top experts on the Dochi continent to go crazy over a single D-tier embryonic pill. Now, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a Ban D expert, was also able to refine D-tier medicinal pills. This was really a change in the situation. The appearance of the two D-tier embryonic pills had attracted the attention of everyone present. At this moment, everyone's eyes were staring intently at the medicinal cauldrons in front of Xiao Yan and Mod. They hoped to be able to personally witness the moment the D-tier medicinal pills were formed. The influence of the D-tier medicinal pills could not be said to be small. When time once again quietly flowed in front of everyone, at a certain moment, a hurricane suddenly blew in this part of the world, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. The color of the sky gradually changed. The atmosphere of the empty square also gradually became crazy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were widened as they stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of Mod. There was a green-red longan-sized medicinal pill within the cauldron. It was rotating within a cluster of dark black flames. At this moment, this D-tier embryonic pill was finally about to turn into a true D-tier medicinal pill. The medicinal strength within it was swiftly agglomerating. The originally uneven surface of the medicinal pill gradually became smooth under the refinement of the flame. Once the medicinal strength completely agglomerated, the D-tier Shumi pill would be formed. However, at this moment, the sky had swiftly turned dark. The crowd in the sky surged and opened up a spacious area in the sky above them. Thunderclouds churned in the sky. The dark black thunderclouds were incomparably deep like the endless empty space. Waves of thunder roars were emitted from within them, causing the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. It was likely that just one strike from this frightening pill lightning would be able to kill an elite Do Xing. However, at this moment, Mod, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, revealed a victorious smile on his pale face when he saw the change in the sky. Pill lightning. Yen Xiao, you will definitely lose. Chapter 217. Rumble, an earth-shaking thunder resounded across the horizon, appearing just like the roar of a lightning beast. Thunderclouds covered the sky, and the rolling thunderclouds seemed to have come alive at this moment. They covered the entire savage ancient city, and a monstrous might caused everyone to feel a shiver that originated from their souls at this moment. Such might was truly the descent of the heavens, as though it wanted to slaughter all living things. At this moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin involuntarily stood up on the empty square. Their expressions were grave as they looked at the scene in the sky. Swoosh! As two rushing wind sounds appeared, the gazes of everyone in the square immediately turned over. They saw Yan Bing and Old Demon who standing side by side under the thunderclouds. Both of them raised their heads to look at the thunderclouds that covered the entire savage ancient city. At this very moment, even with their strength, their hearts involuntarily turned grave. The hands under their sleeves were also clenched, while some fear was revealed in their eyes. They could clearly feel an oppressive force coming from the thunderclouds. That force had nothing to do with them and was directed at the Emperor-grade elixir pill in Mod's cauldron. But now, because of Mod, the two of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in front of that heavenly might. Among the two of them, only Yan Bing still had a calm expression. He had seen many pill lightnings and had also helped others block them. After so many years, even though he still felt some fear in his heart when he saw the pill lightnings again, he was much better off compared to Old Demon who. Pill lightnings, back then, the one that this old man blocked was even more powerful than this. That rank 2 alchemist had invited a total of 5 half-martial emperors. At that time, this old man was merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. When the pill lightning scattered, this old man was also seriously injured. However, I wonder just how powerful the pill lightnings will be now that this old man is at the peak of the advanced 8-star half-martial emperor level. Ha 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 ha, Yan Bing's face was icy cold as she stared at the thunder clouds above her head. Under her sleeves, her skinny left hand slowly touched her right hand. The spot where the thumb of her right hand should be was shockingly empty. There was only a lump of dried flesh that looked like a lump of flesh. It was extremely horrifying. This injury was left behind by the pill lightning. Even though Yan Bing had an indifferent character, his heart still trembled slightly when he thought about it. That pain was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Every time he saw the sky filled with dark clouds, he would involuntarily recall that terrifying experience. However, it was also because of this that he hated the heavens even more. If he had sufficient strength, he did not mind fighting the pill lightning. Now that he had met Dan Lei once again, the hatred in his heart had gradually transformed into waves of extremely icy cold intent that surged within his heart, and it was unable to calm down for a long time. Old Demon, whose expression involuntarily changed when he sensed the aura on Yan Bing's body by the side. He frowned slightly and his body shifted to the side without leaving a trace. The Do Chi within the vortex in his body also surged like a spring, ready to deal with any sudden situation. Old brother Hu, at that time, the old me will first clash with this pill lightning. You just need to wait until the old me calls for you before you can charge forward. The both of us will attack together. Old Demon, whose eyes involuntarily rotated when he heard this. He first nodded gently. After which, both of his eyes slowly narrowed. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. They were both 8-star half-martial emperors, but this Yan Bing relied on her seniority to not treat him as an expert of the same level. However, soon after, Old Demon, whose expression changed once again. He raised his head and laughed softly. His body took a step back to the side as he opened his mouth and laughed. Cuckoo, from the looks of it, Elder Yan Bing wants to experience this pill lightning. Alright, in that case, Elder Yan Bing will go first. The old me will go when you need me. Cuckoo. Upon hearing Old Demon whose words, Yan Bing's face was indifferent as she turned her head and glanced at him. When she saw the warm smile on his face, Yan Bing's face became even colder. However, Yan Bing did not say anything. She merely glanced at him before withdrawing her gaze. Her ice-cold gaze instantly shot toward the thunderclouds above her head. It was also at this moment that a light pillar that reached the sky suddenly shot out from the medicinal cauldron in front of Mod in the open ground below. At the same time, a frightening energy ripple swept apart. A countless number of people were immediately swept down by this energy storm. This caused the originally crowded open ground to become much more spacious in an instant. The light pillar reached the sky and directly entered the thundercloud. In the next moment, the dark black thundercloud suddenly churned. A rumbling thunder resounded across the sky. Soon after, a dark black lightning suddenly charged out from the thundercloud and violently smashed towards the medicinal cauldron in front of Mod below. Cuckoo, if you want to destroy the D pill, you will have to get past me first. An icy cold and indifferent laughter was slowly emitted from Yan Bing's mouth when the dark black pill lightning descended. Soon after, Yan Bing's body moved and instantly stood under the pill lightning. At the same time, her shriveled hand suddenly struck forward and directly smashed towards the frightening pill lightning that was coming towards her. The pill lightning also appeared to be aware of Yan Bing's intentions. Its dark black body suddenly swelled and its descending speed became even faster. The frightening lightning strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily explode. The icy cold expression within Yan Bing's icy blue eyes became even denser when faced with such a might. The Do Chi within her body wildly surged out and agglomerated on her left hand. A thick layer of ice agglomerated on the surface of her hand. It carried an incomparably frightening might as it smashed towards the pill lightning. Imperial Ice Palm. A low cry sounded. The icy blue palm collided with the dark black pill lightning. Immediately, it appeared as though thunder had suddenly appeared in the sky. An earth-shaking explosion swept over the sky above the entire savage ancient city. Other than those few people, even those elite half-emperors appeared to have been struck by lightning as they fell from the sky. They landed in the city and lifted their heads to look at the scene in the sky. As for Xiao Yan and MOD in the empty square, MOD's deep pill had already been formed. However, he was still maintaining the final pill formation portion. Only by enduring this pill lightning and waiting for the lightning tribulation to scatter would the Sumera pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of MOD be considered to have been successfully refined. On the other hand, although Xiao Yan had also reached the final stage, the embryonic pill had not been agglomerated. Although there were signs of a pill formation, it was still far away from the pill formation. Xiao Yan could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stabilize his heart as he continued to refine. As long as the embryonic pill was formed, it would not be difficult to refine the D pill. Moreover, it was only a matter of time. He had already endured for a month. Xiao Yan did not care about the remaining time. After all, if he could not even wait for this little bit of time, he would not be Xiao Yan. However, the problem that everyone was most concerned about at this moment was that the MOD pill had already been formed. It appeared that the champion of this alchemist grand meeting had already been decided. From the looks of it, regardless of how one looked at it, Xiao Yan would definitely lose this alchemist grand meeting. Chapter 218. Boom! While the medicinal pellets were still being refined, the battle in the sky had already begun. Numerous frightening lightning bolts continued to descend from the sky, ruthlessly striking towards Yan Bing. However, every single lightning strike was neutralized by Yan Bing with the most ferocious and overbearing method. Everyone in the ancient city below raised their heads to look at the scene in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the frightening lightning bolts, which were like enormous beasts that could hold up the sky, would be neutralized time and time again by the hands of a human that was several tens of thousands of times smaller than them. An 8-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening. Resisting the might of the world with the strength of a single person. Such a vast and mighty might was rarely seen in this world. TSK, is this an 8-star half-martial emperor? She's actually able to neutralize such a frightening pill lightning with a single strike. Truly frightening. She's not just an 8-star half-martial emperor. Elder Yan Bing is an elder of the Sea Cloud Palace. Her strength has even reached the peak of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor. For an expert like her, her cultivation is likely about to reach the level of a true Do Di. Do Di. TSK. Truly amazing. Even in the entire continent, an expert like her would be an absolute expert that could intimidate an entire region. I wonder when we'll be able to reach Senior Yan Bing's level of cultivation. Seeing the shocking scene in the sky, waves of sighs were involuntarily emitted from the crowd below. An 8-star half-martial emperor was indeed extremely powerful. She had already surpassed the category of ordinary experts. As for a high-level half-martial emperor like Yan Bing, she was even more incomparable. It was no wonder that these people would sigh in such a manner. However, compared to the situation that the crowd below saw, Yan Bing, who was in the sky, saw two completely different results. In the beginning, Yan Bing's might was indeed tyrannical. It was as if she could break the pill lightning with a single palm strike. Every time she blasted out a palm strike, the incoming pill lightning would explode and scatter no matter how tyrannical or terrifying its power was. It had to be said that her boldness was truly earth-shattering. However, as time gradually elapsed, the thundercloud above Yan Bing's head did not show any signs of dispersing. Instead, the strength within it became increasingly powerful. The strength of each pill lightning attack was multiplied. Although Yan Bing was still able to rely on the strength of her Do technique to break through the enemy, she was ultimately unable to endure after a long time had passed. Boom! After 3 consecutive palm strikes, Yan Bing finally broke the pill lightning that was close to his chest. However, the upper half of his body was already numb at this moment. The lightning energy rapidly flowed through the veins in his body, causing him to be completely helpless. Yan Bing could no longer forcefully suppress the piercing pain that was akin to being stabbed by needles. At this moment, even moving a finger was extremely taxing for Yan Bing. His 2 arms were no longer of any use, as if they did not belong to him. Hiss, an even deeper grave expression had surfaced on Yan Bing's originally indifferent face at this moment. Some ripples also surfaced within her pair of icy blue eyes. The strength of this thunderbolt had already caused her to be unable to remain as calm as she was before. Crackle, the sound of thunder was emitted. Yan Bing twisted his neck and raised his head to take a look. The thundercloud had once again begun to churn. From the looks of it, it appeared as though water had boiled. A crack line was formed within the thundercloud. Immediately, the sky shook. A pill lightning that was even more frightening than the one from earlier suddenly fell and smashed toward Yan Bing below. The corner of Yan Bing's mouth involuntarily twitched for a moment when he saw this scene. He hurriedly controlled his arm, which had nearly lost all feeling. Do Chi surged wildly in his palm as he did his best to remove the waves of numbness that were being transmitted from his body. At the same time, his hand was suddenly clenched and a fist was thrown toward the thunderbolt that was explosively shooting over. Bang! The thunderbolt had yet to scatter when a loud bang sounded. On the other hand, Yan Bing's body flew back in a miserable manner. He swiftly fell toward the empty square below. Looking at the thunderbolt again, although it had been weakened, its strength was not reduced at all. After pausing for a moment, it once again fell with a bang. It chased closely behind Yan Bing and struck the latter's chest. Even though Yan Bing's character was cold and indifferent, he instantly abandoned his indifferent character for the sake of his own life. He hurriedly turned his head toward Old Demon Who in the empty space and cried out explosively. Old Demon Who! Quickly attack! Help me block this pill lightning. The corner of Old Demon Who's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this. He did not attack or say anything. All he did was coldly smile as he looked at Yan Bing. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. He stood in the empty space and did not appear to help. Yan Bing's face immediately paled when he saw that Old Demon Who had ignored him. He knew in his heart that there was no one who could help him at this moment. He could only rely on himself to block the pill lightning with all his strength. Humph. The old me is not someone who is easily frightened. Do you think that the old me is afraid of a pill lightning? Yan Bing cried out explosively in his heart. His face once again recovered that cold and indifferent expression from earlier. His heart also immediately stabilized. A thought passed through his heart and the Do Chi within his body instantly surged out. It formed a firm cold ice armor on the surface of his body. Yan Bing was still a little worried after doing all this. He simply let all the Do Chi within his body surge out until the empty space in front of him was completely frozen. Only then was he struck by the thunderbolt. Bang! A loud bang sounded and the sky was instantly covered by a dense fog. The pill lightning was dissolved and the armor scattered. However, Yan Bing continued to fly backward. Immediately, he uncontrollably smashed violently into the stone platform beside Mod. This also frightened Mod until he nearly jumped up. If Yan Bing were to smash his medicinal cauldron, he would really wish that he could strangle Yan Bing to death. Old Demon Who! Are you courting death? A moment later, Yan Bing finally stood up in a panic. After forcefully expelling the lightning strength within his body, he turned around and coldly scolded Old Demon Who was still standing in the air. If this was at the beginning, Old Demon Who would really be a little afraid of Yen Bing. However, now that things had developed to this point, he no longer had any misgivings. This advantage was something that he, Yen Bing, wanted. However, he ended up suffering a loss and did not do anything to Old Demon Who. However, Old Demon Who was after all an old demon. It was best that they were clear about these matters in their hearts. It was pointless to say anything more. It was better to say what was on the surface. Cuckoo, earlier, I was only focused on watching old brother Yen Bing develop and did not react to old brother's words. I just thought that old brother was joking. I hope that old brother will not blame me. Next time, I will definitely act in time to retain old brother in this fire and water. Yen Bing narrowed his eyes when he heard Old Demon Who's tone. He was after all an old person and his thoughts were not any worse than Old Demon Who. He immediately smiled insincerely and nodded. However, he immediately let out a cold snort and cried out, "Humph. Do you think that there will be a next time?" Old Demon Who laughed softly when he heard this. He did not reply. Instead, he raised his head to look at the thundercloud in the sky that was still giving off a mighty aura. Regardless of how the two of them argued, they still had to help MOD in the end. At this moment, they were suppressing the anger in their hearts and calming down the unhappiness. Both of them placed their gazes on this pill lightning. This was the most important matter. Chapter 219. The two of you, I hope that you can work together. We are not here to fight among ourselves. Let's seize the champion's position first. At that time, the compensation for the two of you will naturally not be lacking. Otherwise, if that kid takes it away, the voice transmission in the ears of the Yen Bing duo was gradually cut off at this point. Even with Yen Bing's indifference, she could not help but feel a little moved when she thought of the benefits. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill was a rare treasure to all half-emperors. Even an 8-star half-emperor like him was no exception. As for Old Demon Who, there was even less need to be said. His strength was inferior to Yen Bing and he greatly desired an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Now that he heard MOD's words, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his heart. He exchanged glances with Yen Bing below. The two of them did not look any better than the other party. If it was not for the benefits, the two of them would definitely not stand on the same side. Each half-emperor had their own thoughts. This was especially the case for people like them, who were usually alone. No one was clear about the ulterior motives in their hearts. At this moment, they were able to stand side by side. Perhaps, they might suddenly turn against each other at any time. In their eyes, there was only strength and benefits. Although they would not let go of their reputation, it was already an external object. Yen Bing's body shook and the lightning energy within her body was completely removed. Only then did she once again fly into the air and stand 100 miles away from Old Demon Who. They restrained each other and did not interfere with each other. This was the most balanced solution. At this moment, it seemed that the pill lightning was no longer something that the two of them needed to be worried about. After all, with Yen Bing's exhaustion earlier, the pill lightning had already reached its final stage. As long as they could endure for a while, the Emperor pill would immediately be produced. Crackle, a thunder sound appeared and a large pitch-black lightning immediately smashed towards the two below. Even with Gu Li's current strength, he could not help but feel some fear in his heart when he saw this frightening might. The pill lightning was really getting stronger with each wave. If this were to continue, wouldn't the outcome be that even the most powerful person would be struck to death? Yen Bing's expression became even more indifferent when she saw this. Her body swiftly withdrew by 100 steps and handed the battlefield in front of her to Old Demon Who. Old Demon Who involuntarily frowned when he saw Yen Bing withdraw. However, the pill lightning had already descended above his head. He no longer had any other choice and could only choose to attack. Humph! Old Demon Who let out a cold snort and waved his sleeves. The large sleeves were wrapped around his arm. His hand grabbed a corner of the sleeves as the do-chi within his body surged out wildly at the same time. Numerous green-colored lights repeatedly flashed around Old Demon Who's body. Immediately, he waved his large hand and the sleeves that were wrapped around his arms suddenly shot forward. The originally soft sleeves were a little tougher than steel when they were shot forward. They forcefully scattered the pill lightning when it landed. Whoosh! When Old Eccentric Who released this move, everyone in the ancient savage city was immediately shocked. This move was even more shocking than when Yen Bing had shattered the pill lightning with a single palm. He merely used his sleeve to disperse the pill lightning with a single strike. Such might was truly unprecedented. The corner of Old Demon Whose mouth was involuntarily lifted into a prideful smile when he heard the cheers that filled the entire city. This caused Yen Bing's heart to become even colder. He did not expect that this old demon who had actually used his earlier action to become so famous. This really caused him to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, before the two of them could do anything, the thunderclouds in the sky once again churned. Numerous frightening thunderbolts once again smashed down furiously. His eyes turned and once again looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. He was completely deaf to everything in the outside world. At this moment, the stone platform that he was on appeared to be isolated from the world outside of the stone platform. Regardless of the wind and rain in the outside world, Xiao Yan, who was within this place, did not see or hear anything. He wholeheartedly threw himself into the calmness in front of him. Although the do-chi in his body had already reached the stage where it was completely exhausted and his spiritual strength was already insufficient and close to being exhausted, Xiao Yan still bitterly endured. He was waiting. He was waiting for the moment when the D pill was born. Xiao Yan firmly believed that the current detribulation pill was not far from becoming a true D pill. At the very least, it was not far from it. As long as he could endure with all his might, the D pill would definitely be successfully born. At this moment, Xiao Yan looked just like a dead person from the outside. His entire body was seated cross-legged in front of the cauldron. Both of his eyes were shut and his face was ashen like that of a dead person. There was not the slightest trace of red blood under his skin. His entire body was motionless and the aura from his nose was incomparably weak. If one did not carefully observe, it would be difficult to imagine that this was actually a living person. Within the medicinal cauldron, the originally raging fierce flame had already weakened by over 10 times. If it was not for the frightening nature of the heavenly flame, it was likely that an ordinary flame would not be able to endure the final step of the pill formation. The result would be a failure at the last step. At this very moment, at the judges' seats, Gu Li and Qi Lin were also frowning tightly as they stared intently at Xiao Yan. Their hearts did not dare to relax even a little, afraid that Xiao Yan would suddenly be unable to endure at any moment. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian's face was also anxious as he looked at the incomparably weak Xiao Yan below. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the current Xiao Yan was already using all his strength to squeeze out the last trace of do-chi in his body to provide for the heavenly flame to burn. If this medicinal pill was still unable to be condensed into an D pill, the result would likely be very dangerous. At this very moment, even the young man beside Elder Xian, who had a calm expression, had a grave expression. He knew that Xiao Yan was going all out for this medicinal pill. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would go all out to such an extent. It was really difficult to imagine. I admit that you are indeed very strong and very outstanding. You are one of the few people that I have seen who is willing to go all out like this. You are really a lunatic. The frightening pill lightning continued to struggle and wreak havoc in the empty space. The frightening remnant force continued to smash down. It was as though it would not rest until the D pill was destroyed. Bang! In the empty space, Yen Bing, an old demon who had joined forces to forcefully block the pill lightning from earlier. It was unexpected that even with the combined strength of the two of them, they were unable to gain any advantage from blocking the pill lightning. This pill lightning was really not an ordinary kind of frightening. Yan Bing clenched her somewhat numb hand. She raised her head and looked at the 100,000 feet thundercloud in the sky. At this moment, the thundercloud had finally gradually shrunk in front of the two of them. As long as the pill lightning scattered, the D pill would be produced. Rumble, Yan Bing and Old Demon who exchanged glances and smiled as they watched the thundercloud churn once again. Immediately, the Do Chi within their bodies surged. The seals in their hands changed as they prepared to block the next attack. Haha, the final attack is finally about to arrive. Haha, come. Let the old me see just how frightening the pill lightning that is attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill is. Old Demon who emitted a cold cry from his mouth while the seals in his hands changed. The Do Chi within his body wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated in his hand. Both of his eyes stared at the frightening pill lightning that was swiftly descending. He gently opened his hand and threw a punch forward. Chapter 220. Bang! An earth-shaking intense explosion sounded. The frightening pillar-like pill lightning in the empty space was forcefully blocked by the combined attack of Yan Bing and Old Demon who the moment it fell. The frightening pill lightning suddenly came to a halt in the vast and mighty sky. This scene caused a countless number of people in the city below to feel extremely shocked. Using one's physical body to fight against the might of the world. Such a heroic and magnificent act was really glorious in battle. However, Yan Bing and Old Demon who did not have a good time after the pill lightning was blocked. After enduring for a couple of breaths, they were finally forcefully sent flying by the pill lightning. The thunderbolt was furious. Yan Bing and Old Demon who instantly withdrew by 10,000 feet. Each of them suppressed the lightning strength that had once again risen within their bodies. Their hands moved in unison. In the blink of an eye, another two sets of Do skills were unleashed and violently smashed toward the pill lightning. The might of the pill lightning was not the least bit weak. The thundercloud churned and numerous dragon-like pill lightning smashed down in an attempt to shatter the attacks of these two. Unfortunately, the pill lightning was not weak. These two people also used a chain of Do skills. After a couple of exchanges, the thundercloud in the sky became increasingly small. Only after these two people charged into the thundercloud did this frightening pill lightning slowly scatter in front of everyone's eyes. The pressurizing atmosphere that covered the entire savage ancient city was also swept away after the pill lightning scattered. Bright and beautiful sunlight shone down, causing everyone to feel comfortable. On the stone platform, Mod had finally put down the burden in his heart at this moment. His body relaxed and he randomly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron. The Meru pill within the blood bat cauldron had finally been refined. Clamor, cheers immediately sounded from all over the city below after the D pill was refined. Today, not only did they see the D-tier medicinal pill that they had been anticipating for a long time being successfully refined, but they had also seen two frightening 8-star ban emperors, who were rarely seen, attack together. The matter today was really something that ordinary people like them would rarely see in their entire lives. Cough cough, Old Demon who stood in the empty space and looked down at the countless number of cultivators in the city below. His heart also felt comfortable when he heard the cheers from their mouths. Fame and fortune would always allow one to easily put down some of the things in one's heart. Yan Bing's face was indifferent as it swept over the empty space. Her icy cold eyes paused on Xiao Yan. The killing intent in her eyes was easy to see. Immediately, she looked at Old Demon who on the opposite side. Although the two of them had barely cooperated this time around, the process was not pleasant. During this period of time, they had set quite a number of traps for the other party. If it were not for their great strength, it was likely that they would have really suffered serious injuries. Now that the pill lightning had finally dissipated and the D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined, it was time to see what Guli had to say next. Logically speaking, since MOD's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined before Xiao Yan, MOD should have won regardless of how one put it. The champion seat of this alchemist grand meeting naturally belonged to MOD. However, at this moment, Gu Li's expression became increasingly solemn. When he looked at the medicinal pill within MOD's medicinal cauldron, he was already certain that it was indeed a D-tier medicinal pill. However, when he looked at Xiao Yan's side, although the medicinal pill seemed to have reached the stage of completion, it was still in the process of being refined and had yet to come out of the cauldron. Moreover, until now, it had not triggered any pill lightning. Based on this point alone, he could basically determine that there was a high chance that an accident would occur with this medicinal pill. No one would acknowledge a medicinal pill whose success was uncertain. Therefore, from the looks of it, MOD would definitely become the champion of this alchemist grand meeting. After this matter, not only would Gu Li have to hand over the D-tier medicinal pill formula to MOD, he would also have to give the entire Alchemist Association in the ancient savage city to someone else. When he thought of this, Gu Li's heart cried out incessantly. Could it be that the Alchemist Association, which had been painstakingly built by his predecessors, was going to be destroyed by him? As he thought of this, Gu Li felt increasingly bitter in his heart. His hands trembled slightly under his sleeves. Even with Gu Li's current agitated state of mind, how could the result in front of his eyes allow his state of mind to remain calm? A deep sense of guilt involuntarily rose in his heart when he thought of giving away the Alchemist Association. By the side, Qi Lin also helplessly sighed when he saw this. His hand was placed on Gu Li's shoulder as he gently comforted Gu Li's heart. However, Qi Lin's heart was also filled with emotions that were difficult to understand. How could Qi Lin not be extremely sorrowful in his heart? After all, this Alchemist Association was supported by him and Gu Li together. Until now, he actually had to give his many years of hard work to others in vain. How could there not be waves in his heart? Ugh, from the looks of it, the Alchemist Association has lost. Yan Xiao is after all still too young. Moreover, he has just advanced to a rank 2 alchemist. This ending can be considered to be within expectations. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin from a distance. He involuntarily shook his head as his mouth emitted a somewhat sorrowful sigh. However, at this moment, the young man beside him did not bother about Elder Xian's words. Instead, his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan below as a glint flickered in his eyes. A moment later, the young man finally narrowed his eyes. He violently slammed the jade fan in his hand. With a "pop" sound, it also startled Elder Xian beside him. When Elder Xian looked at the young man, the latter also opened his mouth and transmitted his voice without turning away. Elder Xian, look at Yan Zhao's medicinal cauldron. There seems to be something unusual within it. Ha! Elder Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the young man's words. He was a little confused by the young man's sudden words. When he looked over, he frowned again and did not know what to make of it. A heavenly flame rose within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron. A spinning round medicinal pill was continuously condensing within it. The pill fragrance was like a spring. Although the scene was strange, there was nothing different about it. This, Elder Xian once again shook his head. He still did not understand the young man's words. The young man opened his mouth once again and asked a question that Elder Xian felt was completely irrelevant. Elder Xian, what do you think of MOD's finished pill? Elder Xian also instantly turned his gaze after he spoke. He looked at MOD's medicinal pill, which was still within the cauldron. He nodded and transmitted his voice. Looking at the color and the richness of the pill fragrance, there is no doubt that it is a pill. The quality of this D-grade medicinal pill is not bad. The moment these words left his mouth, Elder Xian seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. His eyes suddenly focused. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. His eyes were also staring at the round medicinal pill within the thousand-beast cauldron. Could it be, he is refining? Yes, it seems like it should be. Phew, we have overlooked too much. They have also forgotten too much. And D-grade medicinal pill is not as simple as refining it. TSK, this Yen Xiao is really terrifying. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Rumble, just as Elder Xian's voice sounded, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the sky, causing everyone in the ancient savage city to be instantly shocked. After an instant, everyone quickly reacted. This sound was clearly pill thunder again. At this moment, in the sky and on the ground, everyone in the ancient savage city instantly locked their gazes onto the young man in black robes on the empty square. At this moment, in the entire ancient savage city, the only person who could trigger pill thunder was Xiao Yan. Chapter 221. Rumble, an earth-shaking explosion spread. In the sky, the expressions of Yan Bing and Old Demon Who changed abruptly. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. However, in the next moment, when the two of them looked at Xiao Yan, they immediately came to a realization. No wonder the pill lightning had just scattered. How could it gather again at this moment? It was definitely because Xiao Yan's D-tier medicinal pill had been successfully refined. TSK, it is unexpected that he is actually able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. Yen Xiao is really not simple. Old Demon Who looked at the round medicinal pill that was still wrapped by the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's cauldron. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of surprise. Xiao Yan's talent was really beyond imagination. He was able to successfully refine an D-tier medicinal pill on his first try. In that case, if he were to refine a few more times in the future, wouldn't D-tier medicinal pills be nothing in his eyes? Old Demon Whose eyes immediately hardened when he thought of this. He could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. He had already seen Xiao Yan's growth speed. Since Xiao Yan was currently on the opposite side of him, he definitely could not allow Xiao Yan to continue growing. Otherwise, when the time came, it was likely that he would not be able to match up against Xiao Yan. Humph. I definitely cannot allow him to continue growing. With a cold snort in his heart, Old Demon Whose body suddenly moved. In an instant, he cut through the empty space and charged towards Xiao Yan in the empty square. The best way to deal with an enemy like Xiao Yan, who had yet to fully mature, was to kill him in the cradle. However, when Old Demon Who moved, Guli, who was in the judges' seats, had already discovered the unusual situation within Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron. Although he did not notice it at the beginning, Guli instantly understood after the pill lightning had gathered. No wonder Xiao Yan did not show any activity after forming the pill for so long. It turned out that he was raising the quality of the medicinal pill. Although the risk of doing so was extremely high and the slightest carelessness would cause the medicinal pill refinement to fail, from the looks of it, Xiao Yan had really succeeded. At this moment, Guli immediately let out a cold snort when he saw that old devil who was about to attack. His body moved and instantly stood in front of Old Devil Who. He waved his sleeve and stared at Old Devil Who as he sternly cried out, "Old Devil Who! Old Demon Who! Are you planning to start a war with my alchemist association in this savage ancient city?" Old Demon Who frowned immediately when he saw Guli blocking his path. Normally, Old Demon Who would naturally immediately attack and engage in a fight with him. How would he give him the opportunity to speak? However, after blocking the pill lightning, his strength had also been exhausted. If he were to fight now, it was likely that there would be no result. Otherwise, the D-tier medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's cauldron would be unstoppable. Humph. Guli, this old man will deal with you. With a cold snort, another old man wearing an icy blue robe suddenly stepped forward and similarly blocked in front of Guli. A smile instantly surfaced on Old Demon Whose face when he saw this. At this critical moment, this Yen Bing was finally able to stand on the same side as him. Old Demon whose body once again flashed when he saw Yen Bing blocking Guli. He bypassed these two people and continued to charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. Ha! Don't forget that after you get past Guli, there is still this old man. After a cry sounded, Qi Lin's body flashed and once again blocked in front of Old Demon Hu. The latter once again frowned slightly when he saw this. In this way, both he and Yen Bing were blocked by these two people. Would it not mean that they could only watch as Xiao Yan's deep hill was born? Rumble, an earth-shaking thunderous sound was once again transmitted over, causing the expressions of everyone present to change once again. Guli and Qi Lin also frowned immediately. This pill lightning did not come earlier or later. Instead, it just had to start when the two of them were being held back. At this moment, there was no one besides Xiao Yan. If this pill lightning were to descend, who would be able to help him block the pill lightning? On the other hand, joy surfaced in the hearts of Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing, who were standing opposite them. In this way, there was no need to be afraid that they would not be able to deal with Xiao Yan. They had witnessed the might of the pill lightning. As long as no one helped Xiao Yan block the pill lightning, given his current condition, not only would the D-tier medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron be destroyed when the pill lightning descended, even he, Xiao Yan, would have difficulty escaping death. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Since this is the case, the two of you should just stay here with us. No one should even think about going up. Old Demon Hu laughed coldly. Both of his arms were crossed over his chest. His face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Qi Lin on the opposite side. His body instantly moved behind Qi Lin and blocked him instead. In this way, Guli and Qi Lin were firmly held back by Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing. At this moment, other than Elder Xian on the viewing gallery, it was likely that no one else could block the pill lightning. At this moment, Elder Xian and the young man beside him exchanged glances with each other. Even with Elder Xian's strength, his pair of deep old eyes revealed a deep grave expression. He had already experienced the might of the pill lightning earlier. If it were to appear again at this moment, it would be difficult for him to block it alone. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. The young man beside him also had an incomparably grave expression in his heart. At this moment, it was likely that only the two of them could help Xiao Yan block the pill lightning. If they did not intervene, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty escaping this time around. Young master, what do you think? The young man gently patted the jade fan in his hand. His heart was thinking of the most beneficial method. It was impossible for him to ignore Elder Xian beside him because of Xiao Yan. Hence, he needed to think of a method that would satisfy both parties. There is no other way. If there is really no other choice later on, Elder Xian, you should go up and block it. Once I rescue Yan Xiao out of the arena, that D-tier medicinal pill will be left to him. Elder Xian nodded gently when he heard this. However, there was still a thread of worry between his brows. It was likely that Yan Xiao would not easily give up on the D-tier medicinal pill that he had painstakingly refined. Crackle, suddenly, an earth-shaking thunder sound was suddenly emitted. Between the heavens and the earth, the expressions of Guli, Qi Lin, Elder Xian and the young man changed. This pill lightning had finally come. In the sky, a black pill lightning that was 1,000 feet thick descended from the sky. It directly blasted towards the 1,000-beast cauldron on the stone platform below. If this attack landed, given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was likely that he would not be able to escape death. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still focused all of his attention on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He only split a thread of his attention to wait for the arrival of the pill lightning. You want to hurt him? You have to get past this old man first. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their heads to look. A figure was blocking the pill lightning that was about to land. Everyone's faces immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian, who was about to attack, and the young man seated beside him were also shocked by this sudden scene. When they saw the person who had come, their expressions involuntarily changed. They did not expect that this person would actually step forward to block the pill lightning for Xiao Yan. At this moment, the person who was standing in the empty space and lifting his head to look at the pill lightning with a grave expression was actually Qin Zhong, who had been saved by Xiao Yan a month ago. Chapter 222. In everyone's opinion, it was extremely foolish to face the pill lightning with the strength of a 3-star half-emperor. Old Monster Hu and Yan Bing also sneered as they looked at Qin Zhong. Their eyes were full of disdain. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they felt a warmth in their hearts. Although Qin Zhong and Xiao Yan did not have a deep friendship, he was willing to risk his life for Xiao Yan just because Xiao Yan had saved his life once. This was something that few people present could do. Based on this point alone, Qin Zhong was a respectable person. Brother Yan Xiao, don't worry. With this old man here today, you will be able to refine medicine in peace. Even if this old man has to risk his life, I will block this pill lightning for you. Wow! These heartfelt words were exchanged for an earth-shaking applause from the city below. Xiao Yan had also heard the decisiveness within these words. Qin Zhong did not act arrogantly. He was grateful to Xiao Yan for saving his life. Now that Xiao Yan was in trouble, he had used all his strength to help. This was something that even Xiao Yan could not help but feel admiration for. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian also nodded his head. He slowly stood up and was ready to help at any time. This kind of person was quite to his liking. It was reasonable for him to help, not to mention that their purpose was the same. The young man beside him could not help but smile and nod his head. This was not only because of Qin Zhong's loyalty, but also because of Xiao Yan. It was because Xiao Yan had saved him that he would treat him so sincerely. Sizzle, in response to Qin Zhong's cold shout, the pill lightning seemed to have sensed it. The speed of its descent became even more terrifying. This caused Qin Zhong's expression to become even more solemn. Although his words were arrogant, the pill lightning was truly terrifying. However, today, no matter what, he must use his body to block the sky for Xiao Yan. Ha! Do Qi wildly surged out of Qin Zhong's body with a furious cry. His body suddenly moved and shot out like a cannonball. He ruthlessly smashed toward the pill lightning that was heading toward him. Boom! Unfortunately, the gap between Qin Zhong's strength and the pill lightning was too obvious. In the end, although the pill lightning dissipated, Qin Zhong was still seriously injured. He was violently smashed down from the void. Like a meteor, he violently smashed into the void square and directly smashed through it. Subsequently, he violently smashed into the ancient city below, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet wide. Whoosh! After defeating Xiao Yan with one strike, the pill lightning's momentum became even more powerful. As soon as the first strike fell, another even more terrifying pill lightning instantly fell and ruthlessly bombarded towards Xiao Yan below. Looking at its posture, it seemed that it wanted to kill Xiao Yan with one strike. At this moment, Qin Zhong was already seriously injured in the deep pit below. If he were to attack again, it was likely that he would not be able to return alive. However, at this moment, Qin Zhong's heart was anxious as he watched the pill lightning once again descend. His injured body forcefully shook and once again flew forward. He once again charged toward the pill lightning in the sky. Ha! Allow the old me to receive this attack on your behalf. Just as Qin Zhong was about to catch up and Xiao Yan was about to intervene, an elderly voice was emitted from the sky. Immediately, Elder Xian's body stood in the sky. His face was grave as he watched the descending pill lightning. Do Chi swiftly gathered in his shriveled hand. Immediately, he suddenly swung it forward and smashed it toward the pill lightning. Bang! An explosion sounded and the pill lightning scattered. Elder Xian's body trembled slightly as he removed the enormous force from his body. His shriveled hand involuntarily trembled. This pill lightning was really frightening. Even with his strength, he had suffered quite a great loss. It was really difficult to imagine just how great of a price Qin Zhong had paid in order to barely block that attack. At this moment, Qin Zhong had also flown forward. He supported his body with great difficulty and cupped his hands toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian gently waved his hand to inform him that there was no need to do so. At the same time, he placed a medicinal pill in Qin Zhong's hand and asked him to consume it. Immediately, Elder Xian's eyes turned and looked at the young man in the viewing gallery. Their eyes met and they immediately understood the meaning in their hearts. As long as Elder Xian helped Qin Zhong block another pill lightning for Xiao Yan, the young man in the viewing gallery would immediately act and rescue Xiao Yan from the stone platform. As for the D-tier medicinal pill that had already been successfully refined and was waiting to be refined, it would be destroyed along with him. Rumble, thunder clouds churned in the sky. It was as though they were brewing a frightening attack. Under the thunder clouds, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, who had just recovered, wore grave expressions as they watched the frightening thunderclouds above their heads. The Do Qi within Elder Xian's body was quietly raised. Even with his strength, his heart was still a little afraid of this thundercloud. Even though Elder Xian wasn't confident that he could block the thundercloud completely, he was confident that he could block a single strike. Even though he might have to suffer from the pill lightning again, it was still better than bearing the full brunt of it. Rumble, the dark black thunder clouds churned once again. Elder Xian turned his eyes to Qin Zhong by the side and frowned slightly. Although Qin Zhong was loyal and courageous, his character was a little stubborn. Even though he clearly saw that Elder Xian was present, he still insisted on staying here. If the pill lightning descended later, Elder Xian would not have the time to care about his safety. Haha, why don't you go down first? The old me can handle this alone. The injuries on your body are quite serious. It is likely that you will distract the old me if you stay here. Although Qin Zhong wanted to stay behind after hearing Elder Xian's words, he was ultimately doing so for the sake of Xiao Yan. If Elder Xian were to distract him at a critical moment, Xiao Yan would be in trouble. Hence, he smiled bitterly and nodded. His body flew down by 1,000 feet, but he was still unwilling to move aside. Elder Xian was helpless in this regard. At this moment, a crack line suddenly appeared in the thunderclouds in the sky. Following which, the sound of thunder reverberated. A frightening pill lightning suddenly smashed down. It was just like a shockingly large sword as it violently smashed toward Elder Xian. Elder Xian did not dare to underestimate this attack. The Do Qi within his body suddenly surged. Both of his hands were swiftly raised in front of his chest. His fingertips rapidly changed. At the same time, 1,000-foot-wide giant finger swiftly formed in the empty space in front of him. After which, it violently collided with the pill lightning the instant it fell. Bang! The entire empty square shook with a loud bang. A frightening wind immediately raged apart, causing numerous frightening crack lines that penetrated the entire square to appear. Swoosh! Following the sound of rushing wind, the young man's figure had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. He extended his hand and attempted to forcefully bring Xiao Yan away. Bang! His hand had just made contact with Xiao Yan's body when a bright golden light immediately flashed past Xiao Yan's body. The young man's expression suddenly changed. His body instantly pulled back. One of his hands held the hand that had just been extended. His face was filled with fear as he looked at Xiao Yan. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched. Why is it that this fellow has something to hit me each time he touches you? This young master is helping you out of kindness. Fortunately, I reacted in time this time. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to me. Cough cough, Xiao Jin, behave. He cried out softly in his heart. That golden light from earlier was Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. There are a little too many little fellows in my body. I guarantee that this will not happen again. Xiao Yan did not move. All he did was smile with some difficulty. He did not say anything else. Luo Jin also curled his lips. He was really helpless in this matter. Leave the rest to me. Get Elder Xian and Qin Zhong to withdraw first. I will deal with this pill lightning. Chapter 223. As Xiao Yan's words faded, Luo Jin's expression instantly changed. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, how could he deal with the pill lightning? Xiao Yan already had a hard time speaking to Luo Jin. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to deal with the pill lightning? Luo Jin's eyes rotated slightly. His eyebrows were once again knit together. Although he did not have much contact with Xiao Yan, he could still be considered familiar with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was definitely not the kind of person who liked to show off. It was even more impossible for him to die in vain. Since Xiao Yan had already said these words, he definitely had his own confidence. The only thing that Luo Jin did not understand was where Xiao Yan's confidence came from. Could it be that it was the thing that had almost injured him just now? Thinking of this, Luo Jin could not help but secretly shake his head in his heart. Although the thing just now was a little special, it was not that terrifying since it did not injure Luo Jin. Otherwise, with Luo Jin's cultivation, how could he have dodged such a powerful attack? Luo Jin did not understand in his heart. However, due to Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin was also helpless. He shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips slightly. Alright, since that is the case, I will not ask any more questions. I just hope that you can introduce the fellow in your body to me in the future. Otherwise, I will not be beaten up without knowing who it is. I do not have the habit of being beaten up for nothing. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled. He once again softly scolded Xiao Jin in his heart and smiled. All right. When the time is right, I will introduce him to you. At that time, don't be shocked. After his words faded, Xiao Yan did not say anything else, leaving behind a curious Luo Jin at the side. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, he became even more interested in the fellow in Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, he did not think any more. His body moved and quickly flew back to the viewing platform. At the same time, a voice was transmitted to Elder Xian and Qin Zhong's ears like the wind. The two of you can leave. Brother Yan Shao has his own ways to deal with this pill lightning. Upon hearing these words, Elder Xian immediately frowned. From the meaning of these words, it seemed that Luo Jin did not forcefully bring Xiao Yan out. However, he was also a little curious. What kind of calming pill did Yan Shao give Luo Jin to actually allow him to leave without a care? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Xian shook his head helplessly. Since Luo Jin chose to believe in Xiao Yan, there was nothing more he could say. With a move of his body, he quickly retreated. Only Qin Zhong was still a little worried in his heart after hearing these words. When he saw that the pill lightning was about to fall again, although he wanted to resist, he was powerless. After hesitating for a moment, he finally withdrew from the circle in a flash. However, he was still paying attention to Xiao Yan's safety at all times. If anything went wrong, he would immediately take action. Above the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin immediately frowned when they saw this. At this moment, Elder Xian and Qin Zhong had both chosen to withdraw. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yan have no one to support him? If this was the case, the result would be really dangerous. Damn it! What is going on? Why did the two of them withdraw at such a crucial moment? If they withdraw, what will happen to Yan Xiao? Guli was furious in his heart when he saw this. Just a moment ago, he was touched by Qin Zhong's loyalty. However, at this moment, those emotions were swept away in an instant. Qin Zhong's reaction was a little too quick. On the contrary, when Old Monster Who saw this, a smile once again appeared on his face. It was fine when he saw Qin Zhong take action just now. After all, Qin Zhong was merely a 3-star half-emperor. He was not as heaven-defying as Xiao Yan. In front of the pill lightning, he was naturally insignificant. However, when he saw Elder Xian appear, his heart became somewhat unstable. Elder Xian's identity represented Yunin Pavilion. His appearance meant that the Yunin Pavilion was also helping Xiao Yan. The defection of the Yunin Pavilion made even an old figure like Yan Bing feel somewhat fearful. Obviously, he also felt the deterrence of the Yunin Pavilion in his heart. However, at this moment, when they saw Elder Xian and Qin Zhong leave one after another, the two of them became happy once again. This time, Yan Xiao was at his wits' end. However, on the other side, they could not help but have some doubts in their hearts. The two of them leaving together was a little strange. Qin Zhong had sternly shouted to protect Yan Xiao with his life under the gazes of everyone in the ancient savage city. How could he suddenly do this? Could it be that this was all Yan Zhao's doing? Rumble, before they could think any further, the boundless thunderclouds in the sky churned once again. The rumbling sound of thunder was like an earthquake. Everyone's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Their gazes uniformly looked towards Xiao Yan. Without the protection of Qin Zhong and Elder Xian, Xiao Yan would definitely die if he faced the pill lightning. In the viewing gallery, Elder Xian also frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with doubts. He really could not imagine what Xiao Yan could do if no one helped him in his current condition. Beside Elder Xian, Luo Jin had an indifferent smile as he looked at Xiao Yan. He also had doubts in his heart. Just how would Xiao Yan be able to block the pill lightning? Just how many tricks did he have? Sizzle, the thunderclouds churned and a crack line was suddenly formed. Soon after, the frightening pill lightning, which was like a giant sword that supported the sky, once again descended. This time around, Qin Zhong and Elder Xian were no longer blocking it. It directly broke through the air and struck directly at Xiao Yan. If this attack were to land, it was likely that even with the strength of Xiao Yan at his peak, he would still suffer serious injuries. Moreover, Xiao Yan was facing it in his current condition. If he were to be struck by it, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be blasted into dust on the spot. Swoosh! In the sky, when the pill lightning descended, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger immediately flickered. Soon after, a thick dark black figure instantly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. It directly charged towards the frightening pill lightning in the sky. When everyone present focused their eyes on the dark black figure, even the expressions of Luo Jin and Elder Xian on the viewing gallery involuntarily changed drastically. Was this the thing in front of them that Xiao Yan was confident in dealing with the pill lightning? This is his method. The muscles at the corner of Elder Xian's eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. This thing in front of them, which was neither human nor ghost, could become a weapon to deal with the pill lightning. This is not messing around, right? Elder Xian was stunned for a moment. In the end, he could not help but furiously reprimand. Luo Jin by the side also frowned. Elder Xian's words were also the words in his heart. How could a puppet contend with the pill lightning? Most importantly, the strength of this puppet was only at the 7-star Doshin class. A puppet with such strength would likely not even be able to endure a single strike from the pill lightning. At this moment, Qin Zhong and Gu Li's expressions also changed drastically. It was difficult to imagine that the method that Xiao Yan used to deal with the pill lightning was actually a puppet that did not possess the slightest trace of life. Moreover, the strength of this puppet was actually so weak. Chapter 224. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the puppet that had charged out from the sky. They were unable to understand how Xiao Yan would actually use a puppet to block the pill lightning. This fellow, is he crazy? How is it possible to rely on a puppet to block the pill lightning? How can this puppet, which has barely reached the strength of a 7-star Doxing, be a match for the pill lightning? Gu Li's body trembled as he stood in the empty space. His heart was extremely anxious. His hands were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Large beads of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He really did not dare to believe the scene in front of him. Old demon who involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. His heart had also not expected Xiao Yan to use such a childish thing to deal with the pill lightning. Did he really think that the pill lightning was something that could be easily blocked? Even the pill lightning that MOD had attracted from the Meru pill had caused the two 8-star half-D emperors to exhaust a lot of strength. Currently, the pill lightning that Xiao Yan had attracted from the Emperor Tribulation pill was even stronger than the former. Yet, this 7-star Doxing puppet actually dared to dream of resisting the pill lightning. Was this not a joke? At this moment, even quite a number of people in the ancient savage city below felt shocked when they saw this puppet. However, they involuntarily let out a cold laugh in their hearts at the same time. The pill lightning that was attracted by the D-tier medicinal pill was not something that a Doxing class puppet could block. It should be known that the pill lightning had caused the two 8-star half-D emperors in the sky to suffer a great loss. How could it be finished off by this puppet? At this moment, everyone present was filled with doubt toward this puppet of Xiao Yan's. After all, the strength of this puppet was really a little too weak. By relying on this thing alone, it was impossible for it to contend with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan focused all his attention on the medicinal pill within the cauldron in front of everyone's doubtful gazes. He completely ignored all the unexpected changes in the outside world. The puppet finally collided violently with the pill lightning in front of the expectant gazes of a countless number of people. Bang! A deafening, frightening explosion sounded. The 7-star Doxing puppet in the sky was instantly sent flying by the pill lightning. Its dark black body was just like a large metal piece as it tore through the empty space and smashed into the ground below. When everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, they saw that the puppet had indeed been sent flying. However, the frightening pill lightning that descended from the sky had disappeared in an instant. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. This scene caused everyone to immediately think of the puppet. Could it be that the puppet to forcefully scatter the pill lightning? Clamor. Once this thought appeared in his mind, the entire crowd instantly went into an uproar. If that was the case, then wouldn't this puppet truly be extraordinary? It was able to directly disperse a bolt of pill lightning that even an 8-star half-martial emperor had no choice but to take seriously. If news of this were to spread, then it would probably cause a huge commotion in the alchemist world. After all, the pill lightning was something that every alchemist both looked forward to and feared. Being able to draw out the pill lightning meant that they had mastered it. However, the terror of the pill lightning also caused them a great headache. Now, there was actually a puppet that could resist the pill lightning. Did this not become the dream of tens of thousands of alchemists? Crackle, a thunderous sound appeared. The thundercloud seemed to have been angered at this moment. The thundercloud churned and frightening pill lightning smashed down one after another. It ruthlessly smashed down on Xiao Yan, vowing to shatter Xiao Yan into pieces. Bang! At this moment, an explosive bang sounded from the ground below. Following which, a pitch-black figure instantly shot out like a shooting star. It was the Northern King. The Northern King suddenly clenched his fists when he appeared. His body moved and he was already hundreds of thousands of feet high in the sky. Facing the pill lightning that had just descended, the Northern King ruthlessly threw a punch forward to meet the pill lightning. Boom! The moment the pill lightning came into contact with the Northern King's fist, it was as though the pill lightning had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was instantly absorbed into the Northern King's body. Only the remaining pill lightning remained on the surface of the Northern King's body, becoming a part of his strength. Boom! 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 In the sky, the Northern King was like a heaven-defying war god as he rampaged through the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Countless people below were stunned when they saw this. They had seen people block pill lightning, but they had never seen someone block pill lightning in such a manner. Each time a pill lightning fell from the thundercloud, the Northern King would instantly charge forward. He would grab the pill lightning and smash it against his body. Although a frightening pit would be formed on his body, he would recover within a couple of breaths. After which, he would quickly grab the pill lightning again. How was this blocking pill lightning? He was clearly grabbing pill lightning like he was grabbing a loach. From the looks of the Northern King charging left and right, it seemed as though he was just short of stabbing into the thundercloud above his head and swallowing it. Moreover, as the pill lightning was continuously absorbed into the Northern King's body, the few bandit emperors in the sky quickly discovered that the Northern King's strength was rising at an extremely frightening rate. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already reached the 8th star of the Doshin class from the initial 7th star of the Doshin class. Moreover, the Northern King's strength was still rising. These pill lightning were forcefully swallowed by the Northern King. At this moment, everyone finally understood. No wonder Xiao Yan dared to use a Doshin class puppet to block the pill lightning. This puppet was the nemesis of the pill lightning. As long as there was a pill lightning, it would be completely swallowed by the puppet. After which, it would become nourishment for the puppet to increase its strength. Adding Xiao Yan's identity as an alchemist, the growth of this puppet was even greater than the genius disciples of some large factions. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening level the strength of this puppet would reach in the future. Old Demon Hu and the others looked at this puppet. Their faces finally revealed a grave expression. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that Xiao Yan's strength was really frightening. Not only was his own training talent frightening, but even this puppet was so heaven-defying. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be once it fully matured. Old Xian's and Luo Jin's faces were also filled with shock from the viewing gallery. This was the first time that they had seen such a strange puppet. This puppet was really powerful. No wonder Xiao Yan was so reassured about it. Bang! Lightning shattered with a punch. Time passed quickly. The aura on the Northern King's body had already stepped into the level of a bandit. However, the thundercloud above its head did not show any signs of dispersing even until now. It seemed that these pill lightning were not only unable to harm Xiao Yan. Instead, they were adding fuel to the fire of Xiao Yan's overall strength. Rumble, the thundercloud churned once again. At this moment, the thundercloud had reached its final stage. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had already stepped into the level of a 6-star bandit. On the surface, it did not seem to be any weaker than the Li family's ancestor, Li Gan. However, no one knew who would be stronger if the two of them were to fight. The thundercloud did not disperse. This time, the Northern King forcibly charged into the churning thundercloud under the shocked gazes of thousands of people. Rumble, rumble, after a deafening rumble, a muscular figure with black smoke all over its body flew out. The thundercloud also gradually dispersed. At this moment, the Northern King's strength had completely stabilized at the level of a 6-star bandit. This time, Xiao Yan had benefited greatly from the refinement of the Emperor-grade pill. Chapter 225. Sizzle, the Northern King's mountain-like body slowly descended from the sky. Its body was suspended beside Xiao Yan's body. The pill lightning, which had yet to be completely devoured, continued to flow on the surface of its dark black body, causing the surrounding space to emit a crackling sound. The pill lightning scattered. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart finally relaxed. The D-tier medicinal pill in the cauldron had finally been successfully refined. Xiao Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His expression swiftly turned pale. His seated body involuntarily swayed. The extreme exhaustion of his dou qi and spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty supporting himself. Xiao Yan hardened his heart. He forcefully opened his eyes, which were about to close. His teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, a faint fishy sweetness spread from his mouth. Xiao Yan also took this opportunity to hurriedly take out an D-tier medicinal pill that he had obtained from He Mu's storage ring. He did not hesitate and immediately consumed it the moment he took it out. This D-tier medicinal pill was even more effective than the one he had given to Qin Zhong previously. Within a short moment, Xiao Yan was able to wake up a little. The exhausted dou qi within his body had also recovered a little. Xiao Yan once again inhaled a deep breath of air. He turned his head slightly and looked at the Northern King, who was standing still like a metal tower. There was some surprise in his eyes. The strength of the pill lightning had become the best supplement for the Northern King to raise its strength. After completely devouring the pill lightning, the Northern King's overall strength was already much higher than its owner. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's observation, there were numerous dark black thunderbolts flashing on the surface of the Northern King's dark black body. They were unable to be removed. These pill lightning could no longer be devoured. From the looks of it, they had become a part of the Northern King, adding to its strength. Xiao Yan had already seen the might of the pill lightning. Even 8-star half-martial emperors didn't dare to rashly come into contact with it. Just from this point alone, one could see the scars of the pill lightning. Now that the pill lightning had been added to the Northern King's body, even ordinary 7-star half-martial emperors wouldn't dare to come into contact with it. The Northern King's body was already tyrannical. He was the ancient void dragon that was known for its tyrannical body in the Devil Beast world. Moreover, the Northern Dragon King had devoured the flesh and blood of many dragon clan members. His body was even more tyrannical than before. In addition, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was a special refinement, and he had the support of the pill lightning from the Emperor-grade medicinal pill. The current Northern King was probably invincible in the entire half-martial emperor realm, except for old Freak Hu, an 8-star half-martial emperor. In this way, the Northern King had become another great helper for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan revealed a joyous smile as he looked at this frightening, dark black monster in front of him. Originally, he did not think that the Northern King would be able to completely block the pill lightning. After all, the Northern King was merely a puppet at the end of the day. It was essentially a killing machine. As long as it was a machine, the Northern King would have a limit. Xiao Yan was already extremely shocked to see that the Northern King's strength had broken through to the half-martial emperor realm. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yan's hand slowly rubbed the Northern King's dark body, his fingers felt an extremely soft, cowhide-like feeling. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. In the past, Xiao Yan had refined quite a number of puppets. However, the limit of the puppet strength was only the Do Zun class. At that time, the body of the puppet would already be unusually hard. It was as cold and hard as a large piece of metal. At this moment, the condition that the Northern King was in showed that its strength could still be raised. Thus, it also attracted Xiao Yan's interest. He wanted to see just what the limit of the future Northern King was. A thought suddenly passed through Xiao Yan's mind while he was thinking. The dark black giant god in front of him appeared to have received an order. Its strong body suddenly moved. It tilted and a leg was violently swung out. It smashed into the empty space in front of the Northern King. Bang! After a frightening sonic boom was emitted, the empty space within 1,000 feet in front of the Northern King was blasted apart by this attack. This also caused the expressions of the elite half-martial emperor standing in the empty space to suddenly change. Even the expressions of Gu Li's group in the sky had suddenly become grave. Although the strength of this puppet of Xiao Yan's was inferior to theirs, there was hardly anyone amongst the half-martial emperors who could receive such a powerful attack with the exception of them. It was unexpected that the strength of this puppet was already so great. The corners of old Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he watched from the spectator stands. He was at a loss for words. Beside him, Luo Jin squinted his eyes as he looked at the Northern King. There was a glint in his eyes. Compared to the others who valued this puppet of Xiao Yan's, Luo Jin was more curious about the qi method that Xiao Yan had used to refine this puppet. After all, as long as he had that item, it would be easy to obtain this puppet. However, a moment later, Luo Jin helplessly shook his head and removed the thought in his heart. It was not worth it to inquire about Xiao Yan's secret for a puppet. Cough cough, suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from the empty square. Everyone lifted their eyes and looked over, only to see Mod slowly standing up from the stone platform. His face was still pale as he slowly swept his gaze over the entire place. However, there were not many people left in the empty square at this moment. This was because most of the people who had been struck by the pill lightning earlier had already landed in the savage ancient city. Cough cough, another wave of intense coughing sounded. Old Demon Hu and Yen Bing, who were confronting Gu Li and Yen Bing in the sky, swiftly returned to Mod's side. Currently, they had already completely fallen out with Xiao Yan's group. If Xiao Yan were to take the opportunity to use his puppet to attack Mod, they were really afraid that they would not be able to react in time. Mod ignored them. Instead, his gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill, Sumra pill, had already been refined. Although the Emperor Tier pill had been successfully refined, there was still one more thing that required the help of the two elite practitioners in front of him. Otherwise, even if the Emperor Tier pill was refined, it would still be useless. The two of you, there is no need to bother about them for now. After all, the Alchemist Grand Meeting is still ongoing and they do not dare to act recklessly. I hope that the two of you can focus on the next matter. The two of them immediately understood when they heard this. Old Demon Whose gaze swept across the Ghoulie duo, while Yen Bing's icy gaze landed on Xiao Yan. This caused the latter to frown once again. Yen Bing's murderous intent had indeed caused Xiao Yan to feel a strange feeling. Bang! With a loud bang, Mod's palm violently slammed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As his palm slammed down, the medicinal cauldron's lid immediately opened. The highly anticipated Emperor Tier medicinal pill also slowly floated out from within. It floated in the empty space and quietly stood there. When Mod saw this, his expression suddenly turned cold. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Sumra pill with his claw. This scene also caused the crowd below to be involuntarily stunned. Why did Mod's action seem as if he was afraid that the Emperor Tier pill would run away? Was he not afraid of crushing the Emperor Tier pill with his claw? Boom! In the next moment, a loud bang was heard from the empty space. Mod's figure immediately retreated. If it were not for Old Demon Who catching him from behind, he would have fallen off the stone platform. When the crowd lifted their eyes to look, their faces immediately turned pale with fright. The Emperor Tier medicinal pill had already disappeared from where it originally stood. At this moment, it was replaced by a fellow who looked exactly like Mod. Chapter 226. Boom! With a loud bang, three figures suddenly collided in the void. An instant later, two of the figures retreated 10 steps each. On the other hand, the other figure retreated 100 steps in the void before coming to a stop. At a glance, the three figures were Old Demon Hu, Yen Bing, and Mod, who had retreated. It was unexpected that these three fellows, who had formed a united front, would actually fight each other at this moment. However, when the crowd looked at the stone platform below the three of them, they saw a pale skinny old man seated on the stone platform, slowly recovering. Looking at his appearance, it was Mod. Humph, it is merely an emperor-tier medicinal pill. No matter how much you look like a human, you will not be able to escape the fate of being swallowed by others. You actually want to struggle in front of this old man. You are really foolish. Old demon who glanced at Yan Bing from the corner of his eyes as he hovered in the sky. Subsequently, his gaze landed on the figure that looked exactly like MOD, who was 1,000 feet away. Following which, a disdainful sneer was emitted from his mouth. The MOD in front of them was transformed from the Emperor-tier medicinal pill, Shumi pill. At this moment, its strength was also quite extraordinary. Under its full strength, Old Demon Hu and Yan Bing were unable to immediately suppress it. This was not because the two of them were unable to defeat it. At this moment, the Shumi pill's strength was at most a 3-star half-emperor. It was already very difficult for it to be comparable to MOD at his peak. However, it was impossible for it to fight against Old Demon Hu and Yan Bing. If it were not for the fact that the Shumi pill was a medicinal pill and the two of them were afraid of damaging the medicinal pill's essence when they fought, they would have already forcefully taken it down. There was no need for the two of them to fight together. What they needed to do now was to exhaust the Shumi pill's strength. When the time was right, they would immediately take action and take it down. The Shumi pill immediately frowned upon hearing this. Since it had transformed into a human, its intelligence was not lower than a human. At this moment, it had also heard Old Demon Hu's words and was worried in its heart. In terms of strength, it was definitely not a match for either of the two in front of it. If this continued, the only thing that awaited it was to be subdued by them and return to its original body to be consumed. Humph. When he thought of this, a sense of unwillingness arose in his heart. Since he couldn't defeat them, he could just flee. As long as he could flee into the city below and carefully conceal his aura, it would be difficult for these two people to detect him with their strength. The expression of MOD suddenly turned cold when he thought of doing so. His body moved and his palm violently smashed towards Old Demon Hu's head. The latter merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He did not dodge and merely waited in a daze for the former's palm to arrive. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent gale instantly swept out. MOD's palm was forcefully stopped in front of Old Devil Hu, unable to move even an inch further. Ha! Good, not bad, this strike is also fierce. Since that's the case, it's time for this old man to take action. With a cold laugh, Old Freak Hu suddenly extended his palm. His hand grabbed at MOD's throat, intending to take him down. The latter's expression changed drastically at this moment. Before the hand grabbed him, a piercing milky white light was suddenly released from his body. Swoosh! Old Devil Hu grabbed with his hand, but the spot where his hand was grabbing suddenly became empty. The MOD in front of him had actually instantly returned to his original body. He turned into a ray of light that shot towards the ancient savage city below. Old Devil Hu immediately emitted a cold snort when he saw that the Meru pill was actually planning to flee. Yan Bing by the side also stared at the Meru pill with an indifferent expression. Her eyes flickered slightly. She hesitated for a moment before swiftly giving chase. Ha! It is merely a medicinal pill. The old me wants to see where you can hide. With a cold cry, Old Devil Hu's body suddenly increased in speed. His claw grabbed at the Meru pill. The distance between the two suddenly closed at this moment. Bang! At this critical moment, the Meru pill instantly turned into Yan Bing's appearance. Her white hand suddenly smashed toward Old Devil Hu. Old Devil Hu's expression changed drastically when he saw Yan Bing. He was clearly aware of Yan Bing's strength. At this moment, he did not care whether the other party was Yan Bing or not. He had already attacked with all his strength. The Do Chi in his body surged wildly as his claw violently collided with hers. Bang! However, the result was somewhat different. Old Devil Hu's full-force palm instantly crushed the palm that was heading toward him. At this moment, Old Devil Who suddenly reacted. The Yen Bing in front of him was a fake. Even though he had reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. This full-force attack might have exhausted the strength of the Meru pill, causing it to once again return to its original body. However, it also caused it to instantly disappear from Old Devil Who's sight. It could be considered to have barely escaped a calamity. However, in the next instant, the spiritual consciousness within the Sumra pill dissipated, and a white hand covered in frost descended, grabbing the pill in its palm. It was Yen Bing. Although this Meru pill was scheming, how could it escape from Yen Bing's scheming? It could escape from Old Devil Who, but it could not escape from Yen Bing's palm. Old Devil Who's body slowly came to a stop in the empty space. He looked at Yen Bing, who appeared to have returned victorious. An obscure glint once again flashed across his eyes. However, he did not say anything. He glanced at Yen Bing's hand that was covered with frost, and the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. His body immediately flashed and he returned to Mod's side. Bang! Just at this moment, the void square, which had just quietened down, rang out again. Everyone looked over once again. Above the void, a green elixir instantly flew out. It ignored the astonished gazes around it and instantly flew towards the crowd below. With the previous example, the Emperor Tribulation pill actually chose to flee the instant it came out. It was truly a straightforward decision. A mocking smile immediately appeared on Mod's face when he saw this. At this moment, Yen Xiao was still sitting in front of the medicinal cauldron, completely ignoring the escape of the medicinal pill. Even the puppet beside him did not move. Did he really think that the Emperor Tier medicinal pill would return after escaping? At this very moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin's expressions changed once again when they saw this. Although they wanted to help, their statuses were special. As judges, they were unable to do anything. They could only watch as the Emperor Tribulation pellet shot into the city below. On the viewing platform, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this. His body moved and he pounced towards the Emperor Tribulation pill in an attempt to help Xiao Yan stop it. Elder Xian had just moved when Luo Jin pulled him back. He gently shook his head and indicated to Elder Xian. After which, he pointed his chin at the calm and composed Xiao Yan below. A playful expression surfaced in his eyes as he opened his mouth and laughed. Let's wait and see. He should be confident. This Emperor Tribulation pill will not escape. Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut and was slowly recovering his Do Qi, slowly opened his eyes at this moment after his words sounded. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. Ha, do you think you can escape? Chapter 227. Clamor. The ancient wildland city below had suddenly turned into an uproar while Xiao Yan's cold laughter sounded. Everyone in the entire ancient wildland city had personally witnessed the D-tier medicinal pill falling into the city. How could these Do Zuns and Do Xings be willing to let go of such a great opportunity? Although this D-tier medicinal pill was refined by Xiao Yan and belonged to Xiao Yan, it had already fallen into the city. How could these ordinary experts not be tempted as long as they had the opportunity to obtain it? If it was an ordinary time, these fellows would naturally not dare to touch the things that belonged to Xiao Yan, who was a noble bandit. However, the current situation was completely different. The pill that had fallen into the city earlier was an D-tier medicinal pill. As long as any one of these people had the opportunity to consume an D-tier medicinal pill, they would be able to swiftly raise their strength in the blink of an eye. As long as one's strength broke through to the Band D class within a short period of time with the help of the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan's strength would not be as great as he wished. As long as he could quickly escape from the ancient wildland city, he would be able to become an exceptional expert in the future. How could they easily let go of such a good opportunity to rise to the top in a single step? Hence, the entire ancient wildland city had already become lively before the D-tribulation pill had fallen into the city. Earlier, someone had blocked the Sumra pill and they did not dare to attack. However, at this moment, this detribulation pill was equivalent to an ownerless item. Why would they hesitate? Immediately, the crowd in the sky pounced towards the sky like a wave. They wildly pounced towards the falling detribulation pill. Ha! This Emperor-grade pill is mine for sure. Whoever dares to fight with me, once my strength soars after I consume it, I will definitely personally destroy. Bang! Before his voice sounded, this old man had already exploded into a cluster of blood fog, causing the surrounding chaotic crowd to suddenly become quiet. At a glance, the old man who had attacked was actually an elite 8-star Do Xing. Humph! You actually dare to speak such nonsense in front of me with just this little strength. You are really reckless. D-tier medicinal pill is not something that trash like you can obtain. Those who do not wish to die should get lost. Otherwise, this old man will slap him to death. The frightening pressure that belonged to an 8-star elite Do Xing swept apart after the old man's word sounded. It caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to change drastically. Their bodies hurriedly pulled back. They were afraid that they would end up in the same state as the old man earlier if this old man threw a punch at them. Haha, although your strength is nothing much, your words are not wrong. How can a mere Do Xing like you hope to obtain a D-tier medicinal pill? The old man had just suppressed the chaotic scene when an even more terrifying pressure instantly descended upon him. The old man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the pressure because the owner of the pressure was actually a half-martial emperor. Who would have thought that the allure of an emperor-grade elixir would be so great that even a half-emperor would go crazy over it? The moment the half-step sovereign expert appeared, the people in the sky immediately dispelled their thoughts. In front of a half-step sovereign expert, they didn't even have the chance to fight. It wasn't worth it to compete with him for a sovereign-grade pill. The corner of this half-emperor's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that no one dared to stop him. Clearly, he enjoyed the feeling of being feared by tens of thousands of people. Immediately, he ceased hesitating. His body moved and hurriedly chased after the Emperor Tribulation pill. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally moved in the empty square. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the spiritual strength between his brows, which had recovered a little, instantly poured out. It swiftly spread over the city below. In an instant, the Emperor Tribulation pill once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw the half-emperor who was chasing after the Emperor Tribulation pill. Disgust and disdain immediately rose in his heart. This half-emperor had clearly advanced not long ago. However, he was thinking of using the method of swallowing an D-tier medicinal pill to raise his strength. This was going against the way of training. However, Xiao Yan coldly laughed in the blink of an eye. A glint flashed across both of his eyes as he coldly laughed in his heart. Humph. Alright, since you want this Emperor Tribulation pill so much, I will let you have it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's hands moved. The Do Chi within his body was swiftly raised. His fingertips swiftly moved as though he was playing the piano. Numerous complicated seals were formed in Xiao Yan's hands. Freeze! The Emperor Tribulation pill, which was swiftly flying in the city below, seemed to have been controlled by something. The rapidly flying medicinal pill suddenly came to a halt in the air. When the half-emperor expert, who was following closely behind, saw this, he immediately rejoiced in his heart. Without any hesitation, he grabbed at the Emperor Tribulation pill. Bang! In the next moment, the Emperor Tribulation pill suddenly emitted light in all directions just as the half-emperor's hand was about to grab the Emperor Tribulation pill. Immediately, it transformed into a human figure that was no different from Xiao Yan. One of its hands grabbed the hand that was grabbing at it. The 5 fingers exerted force and the half-emperor's hand became like a chicken's claw. The bones under the skin and flesh were instantly crushed. Fresh blood immediately surged out and dripped down along the hand. The heavy injury to his hand caused this half-martial emperor expert to involuntarily let out a miserable howl. In his panic, his entire arm involuntarily twitched as he attempted to forcefully withdraw his hand that had been restrained. Humph. However, the person in front of him merely sneered. An icy killing intent suddenly appeared in his green eyes. The 5 fingers that were grabbing the half-emperor's hand once again exerted force and his wrist was twisted upwards. Following an extremely miserable cry, the half-emperor's hand was actually forcefully broken at the wrist. However, this was not the end. The Xiao Yen that was formed by the Emperor Tribulation Pill suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding the half-emperor's hand. He forcefully pulled the half-emperor up from the air. His hand loosened and clenched, grabbing the half-emperor's elbow and suddenly twisting his arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. In the next moment, the half-emperor's entire arm was forcefully broken at the joint. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Before the half-emperor could react, Xiao Yen had attacked once again. Holding the broken arm in his hand, the killing intent in Xiao Yen's eyes instantly surged. With a spin of his hand, he suddenly stabbed the broken arm at the half-emperor. The broken arm was actually like a sharp sword in the hands of Xiao Yen at this moment. It instantly pierced through the half-emperor's chest. After which, Xiao Yen kicked out and sent the half-emperor flying. After doing all this, Xiao Yen still did not dare to be careless. He ignored the 1-star half-emperor that had been sent flying with a kick. His green eyes slowly lifted and revealed a fearful expression as he looked at Xiao Yen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the 1,000-beast cauldron, above the void square. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiao Yen moved and once again flew into the sky. He stood not far behind Xiao Yen and stared straight at Xiao Yen. His face was grave, as if he was struggling with something in his heart. In the sky, Missouri D and the rest could not help but frown when they saw this scene. The Emperor Trial Elixir clearly had a chance to escape. Why did he fly back? Ah, why? Not running anymore. Although this fellow was standing behind him, Xiao Yen was not the least bit worried that he would launch his sneak attack. The North King's strength was enough to deter him. Moreover, even if the North King was not present, he would still not be able to touch Xiao Yen. When the Emperor Trial Elixir heard this, he sneered again. His gaze paused on the North King, who was beside Xiao Yen. After which, he looked around and slowly raised his hand. He extended his index finger and slowly extended it towards the void in front of him. Chi! Suddenly, when that delicate finger extended to a certain distance, a chi sound was emitted from the void. A brilliant heavenly flame instantly rose and surrounded the Emperor Trial Elixir within it. This caused the Emperor Trial Elixir to hurriedly withdraw his finger. With this thing controlling me, I will not be able to escape even if I want to. This must have been added to my body before the pill was formed. Xiao Yen did not reply to this. It was not important whether it was added before or after. What was important was that as long as Xiao Yen was unwilling, this Emperor Trial Elixir would definitely not be able to escape from Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, Luo Jin's elder Xian's eyes were once again firmly staring at the heavenly flame around the Emperor Trial Elixir. The hearts of the both of them were filled with shock. This time, he has taken out the Pill Tower's secret skill. Transforming Pill Ring. Just who is this Yen Xiao? Chapter 228. Old Xian and Luo Jin slowly looked at each other from the viewing gallery. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. The Xiao Yen in front of them could be said to have broken their understanding of him time and time again. First, it was the heavenly flame. Next, it was that frightening Do technique. That Middle Region clan's technique, the God Seal skill, the enviable medicinal cauldron on the heavenly cauldron ranking. Now, there was the addition of the Pill Tower's secret technique, the transforming pill ring. As long as any one of these items were taken out, it would make the entire continent go crazy. Yet, all of these things actually existed in Xiao Yan's body. Hence, it was unavoidable for people like Luo Jin to become suspicious. Just what was the identity of this Xiao Yan in front of them? At this moment, Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the stone stage. He turned around and looked at the Emperor Tribulation Pill. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. After which, his eyes turned towards Mod on the other side. A glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yan and Mod's eyes met. Lifting his chin slightly, Xiao Yan smiled and said, "The champion spot is mine." Xiao Yan's words were uttered in exchange for a cold laugh from Mod. Although he did not know why the Emperor Tribulation Pill had obediently returned, at the very least, this Emperor Tribulation Pill had not been subdued by Xiao Yan. On the other hand, his Sumra Pill was already in Mod's hand. No matter how one put it, he, Mod, had one. What right did Xiao Yan have to boast like this? Humph. You can't even take back the medicinal pill. What are you going to use to fight with me for the champion spot? Mod slowly lifted his shriveled hand. He opened his palm and a round medicinal pill stood in his palm. As his palm opened, a rich pill fragrance spread, causing everyone to feel comfortable all over. An Emperor tier medicinal pill was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan slowly shook his head when he saw Xiao Yan flaunting his victory. After which, his eyes once again landed on the Emperor Tribulation Pill. At this moment, the Emperor Tribulation Pill still had a human appearance that was almost identical to Xiao Yan's. Although it had a grave expression on its face, from the looks of it, it was unwilling to submit. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw this. Even with the pill transformation ring on his body, he was still thinking of ways to get rid of him. This Emperor Tribulation Pill was really something. What? You still want to struggle bitterly? Do you want me to personally deal with you? When the Emperor Trial Pill heard this, his expression changed once again. Although he did not know what the thing around him was, he could feel an extremely terrifying pressure from it. This pressure was not effective on everyone, but it was used to suppress the spiritual intelligence of the pill. In this way, his heart became extremely heavy. It was difficult to imagine that if Xiao Yan were to make a move, then wouldn't he even have the chance to counterattack? Humph. I did not expect your means to be so powerful. Since you want to deal with me, I will not allow you to do so even if I have to self-destruct. This Dijia Dan let out a cold snort. This Dijia Dan was decisive. He was aware that he was no match for Xiao Yan. His body suddenly moved and he pounced toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, he swiftly raised both of his hands and the seals on his fingertips changed rapidly. He was really prepared to self-destruct to take Xiao Yan down with him. Xiao Yan could not help but sneer when he saw this. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He also raised his palms and quickly formed many complicated seals as he shouted coldly. Humph. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Aren't you thinking too much? As his voice faded, the seals in Xiao Yan's palms froze. At the same time, he suddenly shouted. Pill transformation divine art. Withdraw. With a shout, the brilliant light circle around the Emperor Trial Pill rapidly shrank. The Emperor Trial Pill was forcefully withdrawn by Xiao Yan under the horrified gazes of the crowd. In the end, when the light circle turned into a ball of light, the Emperor Trial Pill once again returned to its original form. It turned into a longan-sized green pill and flew into Xiao Yan's palm. Emperor Grade Pill, Emperor Trial Pill. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Xiao Yan only used a few breaths to successfully withdraw the Emperor Trial Pill. Such a scene shocked countless people. The Sumra Pill from earlier was something that old demon Hu and Yan Bing had personally taken action in order to obtain. Although it was not considered difficult, they had spent a great deal of effort. However, Xiao Yan had merely used a couple of breaths to swiftly retrieve a D-tier medicinal pill. Moreover, the entire process appeared to have been done in a casual manner. It was unlike old demon who had acted in the same manner. Based on this point alone, Xiao Yan's ability could not help but make the onlookers gasp in admiration. To be able to casually subdue an emperor trial pill, such means could be said to be divine. A cold smile slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he sensed the faint residual warmth being emitted from the medicinal pill in his hand. He lifted his hand and displayed the Emperor Calamity pill in his hand in front of everyone. His gaze slowly swept over the entire place before exchanging glances with Gu Li and Mod in the air. After which, he looked at Mod on the opposite side. At this moment, Mod's pair of sinister old eyes were also staring at Xiao Yan. He did not expect that the Emperor Trial Pill would be so easily subdued by Xiao Yan. Moreover, the secret skills that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier were all things that he had never heard of. This caused Mod's expression to turn gloomy. How is it, Grandmaster Mod? Now, I have the ability to compete with you. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the gloomy Mod opposite him. He raised the Emperor Trial Pill in his hand and slowly opened his mouth. Humph. So what if you have subdued the Emperor Trial Pill? My Summer Pill was successfully refined long before yours. It's too late for you to take out the Emperor Trial Pill now. Too late, it's too late. Mod could not help but sneer when he saw the faint smile on Xiao Yan's face. Mod ignored Xiao Yan and directly looked at Gu Li and Qi Lin in the sky. The figure on the stone platform slowly flew into the sky and sneered at Gu Li and Qi Lin. Humph. From your point of view, the old Mi's Summer Pill was successfully refined before Xiao Yan's Dijia Pill. Therefore, there is no need to say anything more. This champion spot should belong to the old Mi. Gu Li could not help but frown when he heard this. However, he immediately relaxed again. He exchanged glances with Qi Lin before he looked at Mod. He rolled his eyes and smiled as he said, Brother Mod, haha, indeed. Based on the time, the championship should be Grandmaster Mod's. Before Mod could even reveal a happy expression, Gu Li sneered and continued with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Yan. But, we alchemists, when refining medicinal pills, ultimately don't compete on who can refine faster. After all, if we're just talking about time, then wouldn't casually refining a trash pill be enough to become the champion? Everyone nodded when they heard Gu Li's words. The reason why alchemists were respected was because of the quality of the pills they refined. Otherwise, out of the tens of thousands of alchemists on the continent, only a portion of them were known to the world. Indeed, Grandmaster Mod's Summer Pill was successfully refined before Yan Zhao's Emperor Trial Pill. However, the quality of these two pills still needs to be appraised before we can determine the champion. Mod could not help but frown when he heard Gu Li's words. When he saw the mysterious smile on Gu Li's face, Mod felt increasingly uneasy.